do as I say. Give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit! Trying to hit me and hit me. Hello, sir? Hello, sir? 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 It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. It did not work at all.
Why, hello. How's everybody doing? SRS Poison? I won't be playing SRS Poison this league. But I am 98% confident that Poison SRS, as well as every other version of SRS, completely untouched. Well, not completely, but basically untouched. I believe they are fine. Hello? Necro Domblow? If I was going to do Domblow, it's a Guardian. A Guardian Domblow. I loved that space duck so much the other night. That I went out and bought. Oh, the duck shirt? Nice. Nice. Hey, tell me it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. Poison SRS is gonna be fine. All the versions of SRS are gonna be fine. People have misinterpreted the patch notes. Everything is fine. We lost 20% movement speed, which is sad. It is our number one stat, our favorite stat, but we did have like 300% movement speed, and now we've got 280. It'll be fine. Affliction timer, log in. Right? Look at it. 6 days. 6 days. PoE Planner has the ultimatum nodes on it now. Excuse me. I know what I'm doing. Excuse me. Over here. Come out, buddy. Show me a new one. Get rid of my old ones. Don't care about those. Show me a fresh Atlas planner. End. Is this it? Is this it? It looks different. It is! Oh, go away with the ads. Look, I don't want to stop. Just go away. Didn't put an ad blocker on my new browser. Link us to what? This? I feel like this tool will drive you nuts. What? PoE Planner? I've used it every league. It's the best Atlas planner we currently have. All right, so first I'm going to look at the structure of this. And we're just going to see if anything jumps out at me massively different. I released an Atlas actually yesterday. They actually released it yesterday, but it took some people like a bit of time to put it in a thing, right? Like put it in. But the JSON data was released yesterday, so. Okay, so the general structure of the whole tree looks pretty much the same. So the difference is just going to be Ultimatum has taken the place of everywhere where, what's his name is. Well, everywhere where Metamorph was. It doesn't look like anything has massively been fucked with. All my gates are all in the same place. All my notables are still in the same place. So we're really just looking at what happened to Metamorph. Metamorph's gone, buddy. It doesn't exist. There is no Tane Octavius. Nothing. Dedamorph. I didn't do the live stream, so I don't know about that. I seem I already forgot the name of that league. All right, so let's see what we've got. So down here is just chance for Ultimatum encounter. I gotta tell you what, I'm fucking taking that. My tree was already planned to be here. I'm taking the Ultimatum encounter notes. What else we got? So in here, grants increased experience. That's cool. Chances, that's cool. Increased number of monsters, that's also cool. Ultimatum encounters in your map get 3% reduced radius each round. Ultimatum encounters in your map grant rewards as though you completed an additional round. Wasn't there a Metamorph stash tab? Okay, all right. Just to really quick, because there's a few people here who didn't know that apparently. Ultimatum has replaced Metamorph entirely. Most of the Metamorph exclusive drops entered the core pool of drops, and then the Metamorph rewards, well, I'm talking about uniques there, the Metamorph rewards, the whatever you call them, all the stuff that goes in the Metamorph tab. This now catalysts, thank you. Ultimatum now drops all the catalysts. So all the catalysts got moved, as well as there'll be some other specific things that Ultimatum drops that will enter the old Metamorph stash tab, which is now an Ultimatum stash tab. They're just going to get converted. You'll have the Ultimatum stash tab if you had the Metamorph one. All of your catalysts will go there. That's fine. We talked about SRS yet? If so, disregard this question. SRS is basically unchanged. People have way overreacted or misunderstood the the patch note for SRS saying it was going to lose 38% more damage. It doesn't. They just moved where that multiplier happens, but for our purposes and most relevant purposes, it doesn't matter. It should be roughly the same. We lost 20% movement speed from quality, which actually is sad. That is something that I will miss because movement speed is the number one stat for that. But oh well. I'm excited to play with specters. Could I interest you in being less excited to play with specters? They're still trash. Sorry. Sorry. Did you see Snap's video? Yes. I was watching them and talking with a few of them when they were like floating the idea around. It's the lowest DPS their 6-man party has, I think, ever had. But also the content that they have to do, it's more than enough DPS for that content because the super giga hard stuff doesn't exist anymore. So they've still got more damage than they need. So it should be fine. The new Spectre might bring the damage, maybe. The new Hydra Spectre almost certainly will bring the damage. Unfortunately, that's not the problem. That's not the reason we can't play Spectres. The reason we can't play Spectres is because they die constantly and we can't stop them. So I don't know what we're going to do about that. Okay, what's over here? This is a huge ultimatum wheel. Okay, so chance to encounter. Cool. Ultimatum encounters in your map requiring you defeat waves of enemies require killing 10% reduced numbers of enemies. We don't want to take that. We like killing enemies. Ultimatum encounters in your maps that require you to survive have 10% reduced duration. Yeah, we take that. We take that. You don't drop loot, only XP. True. True. Okay, so maybe it's not that bad to have to kill 10% less. Ultimatum monsters in your map apply ruin with their special abilities. Fail. Ultimatum monsters in your map apply ruin with their special abilities. Fail on reaching 7 ruin. Ultimatum monsters and modifiers in your maps also deal 50% less damage. I don't really understand that. I don't know what ruin is. But just reading the rest of that, I feel like we're probably not going to want it. Ultimatum stone circles in a map have 15% increased radius. Ultimatum encounters in a map have a 100% increased chance to require you to stand in the stone circles. I'm pretty sure that's what we didn't want. I'm pretty sure that was the annoying one. Ultimatum encounters in a map have a 100% increased chance to require you to protect the altar. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, standing in the circles was annoying. Protecting the altar was fine. Standing in the circle was annoying. I don't know why anyone would take this, but don't. Oh, ruin. I can find out what that is. Thank you. You have ruin upon reaching ruin. Ruin is a debuff from blah, blah, blah. Accumulating 7 stacks will cause the party to fail. Ruin can be inflicted by... Okay, so... Short answer. this node makes it safer, but not, it makes it safer in terms of your character dying, but not safer in terms of successfully completing the ritual. This feels like a hardcore node. It's going to make it probably harder to complete the ritual, but significantly less chance that you'll die. We're just going to have the... How much of the mechanic did we get? All of it with some changes. They went through it all in the announcement. Oh my god, there are so many notables here. What's happening? Okay. No explanation yet of the new zombies. Care to do it again? Did you tell him at all what the new zombies are? Did you tell him at all what the new zombies are? I don't remember how I explained it yesterday. I don't know why it was funny. But for anyone who didn't see the new zombies, there's a new zombie gem where you summon a zombie without a fucking corpse in the air and it just goes and dies on the floor and then explodes for damage and triggers on death effects. And so it's just and it doesn't seem to have a cooldown, and it doesn't seem to have a maximum amount of summoned zombies you can have at the time, and you can explode them on death. So as far as I'm concerned, you can mine them, you can channel them, you can spell echo them, you can do whatever you want, and you can just have it going
magic find characters
everywhere.
Ready.
Fucking meteors from the sky. Meaty zombie explodey things. Cock zombie rain. Yeah. Cock zombie rain. How did that go again? That's how that goes. Yes! Shads, that is exactly the noise I was making, by the way. Exactly the noise I was making. They were in my head. The noise I was trying to imitate was the one from Serious Sam. That's like actually the thing that I was doing. well done. Yeah, the bomb runners from Serious Sam. This is an old video game. I wonder if there's even a video of this existing on the internet anywhere. I found one. It was easy. The Serious Sam is an old game. This is Serious Sam 3. This is better graphics than the ones I played. But it had one of its most iconic mob types is this headless bomber dude who's just a bunch of dudes. Sometimes they spawn one or two. Usually they spawn in hordes. And even though they don't have heads, all they do is scream, which they shouldn't be able to do, and run at you and explode. And this is what they sound like. Hang on. Let me get the sound on for you guys. This is them. And that's the sound I was trying to make. Ah! There you go. That's the thing. No, so that was Serious Sam 3. I don't think I ever played Serious Sam 3. Yeah. This is Serious Sam, the one I played. This is the graphic level of like when I was playing Serious Sam. This is what it looked like. It wasn't very good. I mean, the game was amazing. It wasn't very good graphics. All right. Back to the important things. We were looking at the ultimatum nodes and figuring out how I personally want my tree to look. It was before they released Doom. There wasn't a lot of that kind of FPS on the market. They really took the piss out of themselves. Yeah. All right, so let's see. So this is going to be dangerous. For those who don't remember Ultimatum or skipped it or started playing afterwards, these rounds for Ultimatum get exponentially harder every single round. Every single build in the game can do like rounds 1 and 2 and probably 3. Every single build, even your shit builds, probably fine. Getting to round 6 does require like a competent build, like a decent build. You don't have to be god tier, but you do have to be like a competent build. When it went up to wave 10, most people couldn't even finish wave 10. Most people could not finish wave 10. It was exponentially harder every single wave. This notable, ultimatums in your encounters in your maps last 3 additional rounds. That's round 13. That's going to be very, very hard. Yeah, it's just the PoE planner is the only one updated. It's going to be very, very hard. Now, realistically, the chances of you hitting a boss are pretty slim anyway. And this will be dependent on how much the boss drops are really worth compared to how much reward you can get out of wave 13. But this is one of the few mechanics they've put in that even right at the beginning actually really does reward you the harder you make the content. So wave 10 rewards would quite often right now be things like 4 divines, whereas a wave 6 reward would be 4 exalts, and a wave 3 reward would be like 20 alterations. So I can only imagine what a wave 13 reward might be. Right? But most people aren't going to be able to do it. It's going to be difficult. I would not start with that. This is not true at all. This is not true at all. First of all, this is way prettier. Okay? This is way prettier. Second, and more importantly, this is way prettier. Alright? It is funny though. It is funny though. They're the same picture. You should make this except with robots, because this is Robot League, by the way. Like, for those who haven't picked up on it yet, this is Robot League. This thing right here, reskinned robots. reskinned and updated robots. That's what this is. Way cooler. It fits thematically. They took away a little bit of control, but it's robots. It's the mechanic of robots that we liked. Not the recombinators, but the other half of it. Not the crafting half. But think about it. Sentinel. Yeah, I mean Sentinel. Without the recombinators. Okay, so don't worry about the crafting side of it. The thing we liked about Sentinel, the thing that made it so fun to play, was that it buffed and empowered mobs inside our maps, made them harder, made them drop extra rewards, made them just worth killing, and made that fun. Also gave them a cool visual aspect so you knew they were doing it. So we didn't get the crafting half of Sentinel, but this is Sentinel just thought out better, planned better, and thematically fits into the game. This is, I want this. I'm very happy about it. I wanted this and I'm very happy about it. Would you be doing the lead mechanic at the start of the map or clear 90% so there's a better chance to empower the boss with all 3 wisps? Nah, we're doing it at the start. Fuck that nonsense. Okay, what do we got? Ultimatum rewards in your map have a 10% chance to be an inscribed ultimatum. We don't even know how much those will be worth, but they might be worth using. It depends on the market, really. Ultimatum, a 50% chance to reward unique items. Inscribed ultimatums found in your maps have a 50% chance to reward unique items. Ultimatum rewards in your map have a 50% increased chance to be unique items. Ooh. Ultimatums in your map 10% chance to encrypt prescription, sure. To reward currency? Okay. And what do you got? To reward divination cards. If I'm right, you take this whole fucking wheel and then you pick whichever one of these is good. I don't know which one is going to be the one. I don't know which one of these is going to be the one. It's probably going to be the one for divination cards, maybe. For our league, it's probably going to be, it could be anything, honestly. It could be anything for us, but right away it'd probably be uniques first, but yeah. I don't know, for this will be controlled by the market though. We don't have to make this decision. We don't have to make this insight. It's literally 1 point. This will be like, market will decide which node is worth using. But this whole wheel, you take this whole wheel. That is great. We want this. It's 2 points. I mean, it's I mean, it's 2 points if you like. These are increased chance for unique rewards. This is increased chance for currency. Increased chance for divination. It's 50% increase. So we're probably going to take one. Unless there's two that are really even and one that's shit, in which case you might do that, but it's a lot less. It's a lot less, like, basically 33% chance for all of them to drop. If you take one node, then it's a 50% chance for that to drop in a 25-25. And if you take 2 nodes, then it's, hang on, let me do that in my head.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Uh, 20% chance for the bad drop, 40-40? 20-40-40? Jason Jitsu, thank you very much for the prime. Other rewards like rare and catalysts. So we don't actually know if there are other rewards. Like I don't know what's left. So those numbers, I'm just assuming that these are the only 3 that you can get for inscribed, specifically for inscribed thingamadoobies. But if there are others, then those numbers change. Okay, is there another wheel? It's up here. What are you? 10% increased chance for the final round to include a boss. 10% increased chance for the final round to include a boss. Include a boss. Include a boss. Ultimatum drops. Ultimatum boss drops a full stack of random catalysts. Oh shit. Ultimatum mechanics map have a 30% increased chance to have a boss. 30, 40, 50, 60, 70% increased chance to have a boss. That's interesting. That gives you 2 paths to go down. Either fuck the boss, give me juiced rewards in my map, or give me more bosses. I will say, you're not going to want the boss right away. Like immediately, you're not going to want the boss immediately. That'll be dangerous. You're not going to want that. It also means in the league I don't remember them. You don't remember them because they were very easy. The protect thing was put in the exact center and mobs came from the outside and you just killed them anyway. Those are the ones we wanted. They were the super easy ones where you didn't have to think about anything. We love those. It's basically just kill mobs. We like them, they're good. The stand in the altar one sucks. This one right here requires you to stand in the stone circle. That's the shit one. We're never taking that. That being said, there were certain builds that didn't hate this. For instance, Righteous Fire was fine with it, or anything like that. And if you were one of those builds, these 2 nodes have stuff we didn't have before, which is 15% radius and 25% radius. So it makes the radius of the stone circle you have to stand in significantly larger. So that'll be quite useful if you're one of the few builds that are okay with the stone circles. Then it will be fine. Otherwise, the rest of us are taking this. So the more information I see come out about Righteous Fire, the more it looks like it'll still be good. Baylor, I've been league starting a lot of EA on hit the last 4 or 5 leagues. Part of that inspiration on hit. How do you see it? Oh, you've been doing EA on hit, not Ignite versions. It better. The EA explosive arrow got better for on hit across the board. It gained more damage and it got an extra 2 fuses. Literally the exact same thing will work. You can do it again, but it gets better because you can just apply I was about to say tourniquet. That's not the word, but those little flask things. You can apply one of those little flask things and make it so that all your damage can poison. Tinkature? Sure. Yes, on hit explosive arrow was just buffed across the board. So that's really good because, to be honest, it was good enough to play and it was very fun, and it's definitely the way I'd prefer to play explosive arrow. But honestly, it was still a little bit behind just playing an Ignite version. It was way more fun and way more active, but it was a bit behind. It got buffed significantly more than the Ignite variant did. So should be even better. Tincture. Okay. Is there an EA on hit path of building? There's probably several. I did it on a raider twice. Made videos on it and whatnot. It was quite good. Not quite as good. Can't self-cast zombies when they're too slow, so it has to be mines, totems probably, or any other sort of triggers. Cast while channel, for instance. Imagine yourself a cast while channel cyclone with a buttload of movement speed that just charges through a map with cyclone on, just spinning. And just rah boom, rah boom, rah boom, rah boom, rah boom. Meme build? Is it a meme build though? Is it a meme build? Because the damage numbers look pretty fucking good, and then you can put the minions go pop node on top of it, and you can scale minion life, and you can be a necromancer, and you can convert the bitch to fire and have it do ignite prolif. Is it a meme build? Or are we yeeting zombies at people as like a good meta build? Because I think we're yeeting zombies at people as like a good build. There's another option, by the way. And this is the option that I was thinking about. Everyone who's been around for a little while has already seen this. But it was one of the things I was testing because I'm going to be starting a miner. What the fuck is this? I don't know. Oh, yeah, I saw that. Unjust with an AoE damage. Alright, hang on. No AoE tag. Oh, alright, hang on. No AoE tag though, only spells and minions. So I was wondering how I could control the size of the AoE range of the minions falling. Oh boy. I'm so happy you asked. Hold on for just a minute. I'm so happy you asked. Okay, name some things for me. Unique. It's one hand. It's a weapon. It sits like this. It's like a zombie's hand, and it's like a mace or a one-handed. It does the thing. It's just like a picture of the Montragle's grasp. Thank you. That's the one. Yo. Why can't I spell? Can I not even copy words I'm seeing? Hello? Thank you. Apparently I can't even copy words that I'm reading. Okay. So, 50% reduced maximum number of raised zombies. Doesn't matter. There was no cap on that gem. The falling zombie gem does not have a cap. So this line does nothing. Raised zombies have plus 5,000 maximum health. Great. That's where the damage scaling of zombies comes from. Great. Fantastic. 25% increased raised zombie size. Great. That increases the area of the explosion. Enemies killed by zombies hits. That is exactly what it is, by the way. It's a zombie that's attack hits an AoE. That's the way it's written. Explode for 50%, dealing 50% of their life as fire damage. Great. Raised zombies deal 125% more physical damage. Not physical attack damage, not attack damage, not minion damage, just physical damage. So there's your weapon. That we're going to start with that. That's the weapon. We're using that weapon. That is a great weapon. So now we have large zombies, right? Now we have very large zombies with a lot more damage, more area, more base life that cause a 50% explode on death. Great. Fantastic. But I still want to make them ignite. So what are we going to do? What are we going to do? How are we going to make them ignite? They're physical damage. We need to be a necromancer. We cannot be an elementalist. We need to be a necromancer. Necromancer is too important. So, two things that we're going to do. The first thing we're going to do,
sub, new computer
minion
chair.
instability.
And what
Good
are
job.
we talking about?
Good job, chat.
It's a good night.
Freak Beast. Freak Beast. Thank you for the 30-month resub. So the first thing we're going to do is minion instability. Minions explode when reduced to low life. This, I think, is going to work. This is questionable because they're not reduced to low life. They die. So I'm not sure. So if this works, we take it. If it doesn't work, not important. Not important, just a little extra thing. We should know it exists. Unless someone tells us it doesn't work, we should definitely test it. But it's not important. Okay? We're going to take all of the minion life nodes and shit like that. I will point out we basically have to be a necromancer, or at least Forbidden Flame the necromancer, because this is minions have 20% more maximum life. That's a 20% more base damage. Because that's what it's all scaling off. So there's no way we don't want Bone Barrier. We need Bone Barrier. It's too important. You could get away with playing something else if you Forbidden Flamed that, but I don't know why you would. This has got everything in it we need. These two and that one. It's great. So, next step. We still need to make stuff ignite. So, back to the old school tech. A few of you from chat already got it. Triad's Grip. What does Triad's Grip do? Minions convert 25% of their physical damage to fire per red socket. Fantastic. Let's go. Per red socket. So this is just going to be a 4 red pair of gloves. We're going to have to figure out how to fit 4 red gems in there. Just not the end of the world. Do it. Right? Fucking super easy. 4 red gems. Not hard. We want 4 red gems. We want the big ignite. Right? 2 reds, 2 blues. No. Nope. 4 reds. Customers taking Defiant Spanner. Yeah, there's plenty of options. 4 reds is not hard to fit into a build. Right? That's fine. That's fine. That's great. Right. Next. Somebody tell me the name of the belt. I always forget the name of everything. I'm so sorry. I'm bad with names. Somebody already knows the belt I'm thinking of. Thank you. Shad's already had it. He's like, I know what's coming. Oh, wait. No, this is something else. This is a different thing. Nah. No, that's a different thing. I don't know about this. It gives them Avatar of Fire, and that's very cool. But this is... It covers them in Ash, which is cool. I just don't think this is good enough. Megalonord's Vice, Replicus. Is it Siegebreaker? Siegebreaker? Is that the name of the thing I'm after? I think that might be it. Minions spread burning ground on death, dealing 20% of their maximum life as fire damage per second. That one. That one. Comes with percent life, some res, some percent ES. Great. We're going to throw this on as well. So on top of getting explodes that are big and all fire that can ignite, that we can link ignite prolift to, on top of that, we're also putting burning ground on the ground, and a big strong one too. A big strong one too, because we're buffing the shit out of their life. So now we've got full screen ignite auto triggering boom zombies that also leave burning ground and prolift their ignite everywhere. The plan is good. I will not be league starting this. No. Does the new gem say it can't be supported by traps and mines? No, it does not. And this is why I logged in to my test minery dude here. So here's the thing. Right now, I'm running a mine. Don't worry about what mine it is, okay? Right now, I'm running a mine with Swift Assembly in it. I right click once. It throws one mine, I right click once more, it threw 4, I right click again, it threw 1, I right click again, it threw 1, I click again, it threw 1, I click again, it threw 3. Great, sure. You get it, that's how Swift Assembly works, right? Everyone understands that. So, if we throw Blast Chain Mine in with a trap instead of a mine, grab a trap, like in this instance I'm just going to use lightning trap because it's the one I was doing it with, right? If we put lightning trap in instead of a mine, so it becomes a trap, you can do this with a spell trap mine support. Okay, all of these things make the skill do less damage. That's not how minions work. It doesn't matter how many less multipliers I throw if the only thing they're affecting is summoning the minion. So these shouldn't affect my minions exploding. That shouldn't affect them at all. However, it does take away support gems. So we're losing support gems, but we're not getting the less multiplier. Okay? But because it's now a mine that summons a trap, Swift Assembly double dips. So I throw 1, just 2, 3, 4, 5. I've actually got 9 out, and then I detonate them and they become 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I only got 6 that time, but I detonate them. They only became 6. Okay, that was a little bit shit. Important to note, this gains a lot of percent as it levels. It's quite low level, so you get like the idea of what's happening though. What? Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I threw out 6. I detonate. Now there are 10. If these were all falling zombies, that would be pretty cool. Everyone hit taking all their life or die from running out of duration. Neither of these deaths will cause minion to explode. Okay. In that case, minion instability will definitely not work. So we don't worry about minion instability for that. We don't worry about minion instability. You can heartbound loop it though. They're still minions. Also, because they're minions and because we're scaling minion damage and minion life, what we will be able to do is keep alive some support specters and an animate guardian quite easily, even though it isn't going to play like a minion build at all. It's going to play like you're yeeting the corpses of your enemies at more enemies. But, you see the teaser? I did not. I don't think minion life scales the damage. They explode based on their life. That's part of the gem. I'm sorry. Animate Guardian of Smiting, a transfigured version of Animate Guardian that uses the skill Smite of Divine Judgment. No way. No fucking way! This isn't Bob. He needs a new name. This isn't Bob. He needs a new name. This is the new Animate Guardian alt quality gem where the Animate Guardian just fucking uses Smite. What? What? Is he giving the Smite buff? They have the entire UI turned off, so we can't tell. This is important. He's cool either way. He's very cool either way. He's very cool if he adds the Smite buff, and very cool if he doesn't, but just for very different things. Can we see the effect on the character? We don't see an effect on the character, but that doesn't really... We also don't see an effect on him. I'm going to hold off on naming him until we figure out whether he's getting a buff or not. Because, it's a different smite. So, we'll see. Oh, that's that one. Damn, that's really cool. He's got some range too. Look at how far he hit from there to there. He hit from there to there. supported by Ancestral Call. That's so fucking cool. That's so fucking cool. His range is nearby. Okay, over here. Now, I was looking at this. I spent all this time trying to make my own tree. I mean, this is actually a pretty solid tree. I've got all the essence nodes. I'll be collecting blueprints for heist people. I've got all the ultimatum nodes. And I've got all the boss nodes. That's pretty much it. That's all I've got. I got enough points left over to grab the unveiled blueprints. Do you need heist anymore? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I don't know how much you looked into those specialty bases from Heist, but I don't even want to wear any gear that drops in maps. I'm gonna need some heisters. I'm gonna need some heisters, and I'm gonna need some lab runners. I'm gonna need some people. Where do I find these? Where do I find what? Smooth? Sorry? What do you think your league start as? I'm probably just gonna... Oh, the new gem effects? Oh, they're all in the patch notes. I don't have a link to the patch notes. But there's like a big list of them. It's not all the gems. It's only all the base gems. There's the link right there. It's just all the base gems. Like... not the alt quality ones. There'll be a bunch of alt quality ones as well released over the next week, but those are all the new base gem rewards right there. Then unscaling hit the dot damage from zombies because of 30% multi-versatile isn't just for poison. Good point. Good point. Did you make your sign up sheet? Fuck, no. Wait till the transgems get released? Me either. Wasn't your homework due yesterday? Yes. Yes, it was. Also, Restream is only half working, and I don't know why. It still thinks Twitch is offline. So it's taking Twitch chat and copying it into YouTube, but it isn't taking YouTube chat and copying it into Twitch. And that's awfully annoying because I've got to have the YouTube chat open separately. I don't know what's wrong with it, but... You're starting Falling Zombies. Right now, I'm still thinking about just starting Hexblast Mines because I know that it works really well. It also needs literally nothing. Wow. Not nothing, but... Sign-ups for private leagues are today. Wait, really? Shit. I didn't do my homework. Right. I'm stealing Freaks right now. We're going to copy it and then I'm going to make it pretty and then we'll do it live right now. I'll do my homework in front of everybody. How about that? Than I do if you've got a body count of over 100. That means nothing to me, but if you put milk in your cereal bowl first, you're fucking disgusting. When did I say that? When did I say that? And why are those two things even related? Okay, sure. That's fine. Okay, I made a copy. So, first thing we're going to do is take the entire thing and change the background to make it not white. Because that is just the fucking worst. At least just a little bit grey. Maybe a bit more grey? Yeah, that's a bit better. Okay, second. Yikes, this is I mean, this is like the information I need, but it isn't very good. Okay, so I'm gonna take these, horizontal align, bold, and make them like 14 at least. I don't know what this is about. I'm gonna get rid of this. We're going to need that, but it doesn't suit there. How do you put it there? Get those things. Put them here. Wait, why does it not remember that the whole thing is? That's annoying. Is there a better way to make the background all grey than what I did? So you can cut and copy things around? I'm gonna make a copy. I did make a copy. This is mine. Even with the minus throwing speed? I think so, yeah. Good. I'm sorry, what? I said intense anal is my favorite. Oh, I need to stop speaking. Oh. Oh, yeah, that's how long ago that was. Probably pretty recent as well. Don't see, we don't need this character account / account name. Just need name. Name. Build. Required uniques. So when filling this out, you're not going to need to know every column. You just fill up columns you know what you're going to be doing. Yeah, role / mechanic. You don't need total div cards. That's weird. Just normal div cards. Total doesn't need to be there. Just so it makes things like in a list would be good, right? Like I'm gonna change this person's list to how I want it to look. It was probably, I'm not sure if I want to do this league or just trade. Turn on dark mode in sheets. Where the fuck is that? Settings? Isn't an option. Settings isn't even an option. Results after a day to file settings. No such thing. What are your thoughts after a day? Just do with the patch notes. This might be the best set of patch notes I've ever read. I'm very excited about it, and they've given me like everything I've been asking for. View? Yeah, I think that's an extension and not a thing. Okay, so what else do we need? Name, build, required uniques, unique jewels. That's the same thing as required uniques. It's probably a better name for this. Probably a better word for this. So this would, in my instance, for instance, like required unique for my build would be the ring, the profane proxy. But stretch uniques would be like the helmet that makes my spells base crit work off my weapon, or the shield that gives me this, the life stacking version. Those would be very cool things if we get, I'd be excited about, but those are not required for my build, right? What would be a better name for that than stretch uniques? Just a wish list? Just wish list uniques? We're happy with that? Aspirational is so much better. That's so much better. That's what it is. Get ready for hundreds of Ashes requests. Also, why don't you just yoink one of the BPL shirts? They're set up exactly for this. Never even seen one. Never even seen one. Never filled it out. Never once done any of that. Is Hexblast dead? No, Hexblast is basically unchanged. We lost like 20% or so mine throwing speed, but you can make that up on jewels. It's fine. New qualities make that 30 quality really juicy. Yeah. Maybe. It'll still feel clunky until you get some mind switch jewels for the tree. Yeah, basically. It'll feel a bit clunkier until you get some mind throw speed jewels, but something we can overcome, so it's fine. And it's just worse than Dragon Neck in most cases, right? It'll depend on the quality. Some of the qualities, a few of the qualities are so powerful that you'd rather have 30% quality on it than 3 levels. But that's There's only a few that are like that I've seen so far. Sex Blast good for ultimatum or too squishy? I have no idea. I have no idea. Here's the big spoiler, by the way. I just want to throw this out there. 99% of cases right now, nobody actually knows. We're all doing our best guesses to tell you what we think is going to happen, but this is exactly reminiscent of like a few years ago, like 4 or 5 years ago, the go-to way that we used to get patches was we would get just a minor balance patch that had like some up and downs in it, and then the next league they would fuck everything. It would be a huge overhaul of every skill, and we would all be going, I think this, and I think this will be good, and I think this will be bad. And sometimes we were right, and sometimes we were wrong, and everyone just figured it out together. They haven't done that. They haven't done anything this large in like 4 years. This is the first time we're getting it again. So I know everyone who's been playing at least only in the last few years is really like used to me, other content creators, whatever, being able to put out like as many build guide over the course of like 40 creators. There'd be like 80 to 100 build guides out there for you to follow. All of them are guesses now. Every single one from every single one of us. They're educated guesses, but they're not going to be as reliable as they normally are. They're educated guesses, and maybe it's better than what you can come up with if you don't already have all that background knowledge, but no one can guarantee anything anymore. None of these things are guaranteed. We're all experimenting together. We're all experimenting together. All right, what else is there? What else is there that people might need? I'll have to wait and see more gems. I know Gazzy is really excited for minions, though I don't quite understand why. Aha, I don't think I should explain. Okay, how does this one look? Oh my god. This is so much neater than mine. Oh my god. Can I just yoink this? Is that okay? Am I allowed to just yoink this? Make copy. If you make a copy and the owner doesn't know, it's also not plagiarism. That is not true. That's absolutely not true. Make a copy. We don't really need this header or this header, but that's fine. Discord, just name is fine. Okay, is useful for alts. So what is role? Oh, they've even got like all this shit. Ah, so this is role and like specialization for roles, not specs. This is like mapper that does essences, whatever, things like that, right? I do essences and ultimatums and boss rush thingies. It is now? It is now for us. And okay. So build, path of building. You don't really need path of building to be an option. I'm not here to curate what your plan. So do for people to copy. Need items / help with. Yeah, actually. Get rid of the words help with. That's kind of the things that I want to know. Other many people who need watchstones, etc. or whatever. So we don't need to be that specific because like I'm just going to be doing carries all the time. Provided that I can kill bosses, which I should be able to. We've also like got a global chat, like we've also made him going rid of item found, the more waves they complete. Yes. Yes. The more waves you complete, the better the rewards are. There's also just a global chat channel where you can just talk. We could put another comment. I could put another column on the end for needs help. That I'd be okay with. It just doesn't match in there. How do you add a column? Can you? What the fuck? Insert +1 column. You fucking right. You two. Merge cells. Needed cards. Come over. What the fuck? What the fuck? Copy paste is not in? Like, copy, paste. Oh, now it worked. This time it worked. Okay, sure. Okay, that time it worked. Not having what I mean, the thing popped up and said like copy paste needs to be activated, and I was like, what the fuck is that? I don't need to know your realm, do I? Does that matter? Can I just get rid of that? It is gateway. That's the pop-up I just got. I was like, what the fuck is going on? It was crafting requests. Yeah, we'll put extra pages in for shit. Oh, there are rules set on these cells so you can only pick from the drop down. You can't put your own in. Or how do I add one? Click on the grid icon. This? Is a hidden page? Give me edit and I'll do it. Okay. Message me your like thing. Actually, you probably already got edit. Send. Okay, you're now an editor. Just send in everyone with link and edit and then give him the link. So there's a problem with that and it changed a few months ago. I mean, we're going to let everyone have edit anyway, so it probably won't matter for this. But it now, when you hit share and you give anyone with link can edit and then you share it to a few people and then later you change it to anyone with link can see and you link it to everyone, it changes that link for the people you gave edit for as well. It's not a different link. It's really annoying. So the other things I want to put on here is ultimatum, Eda altars, and Searing Exarch altars, because we actually like actively need people doing those things. Also, I guess heist should be in here, but does that show up when you've got, oh yeah, no, never mind. Oh, it's actually, they're under mapper. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, so they're all here. Delve, lab, heist, boss, port, crafter, side content. Okay, so the only thing we need is we need in mapper ultimatum added to both because they're new. Mapper and bosser can both have ultimatum. What's under side content? Good question. Blight maps, legion carries, XP carries, logbooks, simulacrums, temple runner, breachhead. This is very cool. Is there just a way where you can make it so people can type? Because it would be fine if you could just type in here. Probably X blast. TBA. Needed items. What was the needed item I needed? What's that ring called again? Shit. Why can't I remember the name of any unique in the game? Holy balls. Profane proxy. That's the one. Needed cards. Nope. Need help with mental health. Anyway. Your PoE knowledge is like Swiss cheese. Listen, you could show me a unique and I could tell you everything about that unique. When I need something that I know a unique has, I can usually describe what it looks like, tell you what slot it goes in, and what the things that it does are. But I can't necessarily remember the name of any unique ever. It just immediately escapes me. I actually think lightning arrow is better. I can't do it because it's protected. That's alright. It doesn't matter. It's not that important. Okay, how do I turn this into a link that I can share with everyone? How do I get to that again? Here. Advanced options. Show a warning. Done. Yeah. Allow me to override every single one of the things. Allow anyone to override them if the thing isn't there. So now if I go ultimatum, yeah, it just puts a little invalid box, but that's fine. Okay, I want to make it into share. Okay, I have to make it so that can access anyone with the link can edit. It has to be anyone with the link can edit. It just has to be. Otherwise, right? Is it changes? Yeah. All right. Let me first turn it into a tiny URL so that I can link it. Okay, I made it into a tiny URL. I think tiny URLs expired. They do after 60 days. Who cares? This will be irrelevant in 60 days. Completely worthless. File. Make a copy. There you go. Copy of. Done. Now I can use that. And now I'm just going to link this to my chat with people first. Make sure everything works. And then to actual chat. It is BPL. Nope. Although it is the BPL sheet that I fucking straight up yoinked. Thanks for all the work, whoever made these sign up sheets from BPL. They're amazing. Since when does Twitch make you listen to 3 minutes, no joke, of ads before you can hear the stream? It's weird that you got it right at the beginning, but that's me, not Twitch. See the timer right there up in the corner? Once every 30 minutes, there is a 3-minute ad break. Whenever that timer times down. I can also choose to run them early or push them back, but on average. All right, everything seems to work. Which build do you think would be better to league start, CF Champ or Lightning Arrow? Always Lightning Arrow. It's way more fun for me. CF Champ's pretty good though. These poor people can only enjoy 90% of the stream. Real people versus chat. Okay, that's not what I meant, guys. That's not what I meant. Listen. What's that about minion builds for Ultimatum? I have no idea. Imagine anthropomorphizing. Imagine anthropomorphizing chat. Anthropomorphizing. And you've made up words. That's got way too many syllables. All right. So you don't need to know everything. You don't need to fill out this whole thing. You don't need to know what your build is or anything like that. Laundry. I need help with the laundry. Fantastic. You don't need to like know all of the stuff that's happening or anything like that. It's just pick a cell that's empty, put your name in it, fill out whatever you can, come back, fill in more later when you figure it out. Right? It's basically just that. That's all it will be. I'm just going to post it in the chat and we'll make it a command. I should probably also put it in general chat. Right, there's that link. Now, command add BalorMage.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Thoughts. I did Poison SRS last league and want to do something different this time, was thinking LA or Hexblast, but also got recommended DD Elementalist favor T-side with Bacon.
Side of Bacon, curse for you. Hey, with a 3-month resub. LA and Hexblast are both really good. Recommended DD Elementalist. That I don't like DD Elementalist. It feels like a hardcore thing. It's very rough. Why the fuck are people picking spots at random halfway down the sheet instead of, if you all make me reorganize the fucking sheet to be neat, I'm gonna be real upset. I'm gonna start deleting people who don't have space, who have spaces. I will clear your name out if you've left spaces between where people have signed up. This is why I thought it would be dodgy to have like everyone have edit rights, but I don't know how else we do this, so I don't know how to do that. No, he's not saying, Shads, he's not saying to make it uneditable by people. He's saying that the way you could input your data to begin with is through a Google form. And then that could link to this, which would still be editable if you wanted to change your mind. But it would stop people from overriding each other. But realistically, I think that's only a problem now and in the next 1 or 2 minutes while everybody's like, hey, I'll click the link that just happened. Right? Gonna be hard to recommend anything until all the transfiguration gems come out. Yeah. A falling zombie's kind of like DD. Yep. And edition. Nice. Alright. Alright. Well, while this fills itself in, let's come and have another look at this. Right, first, I need to visit the bathroom real quick. So I'll actually be back in just a second.
Get your magic find characters ready.
All right. Jesus. Ah. Whew. How long run is the private league? Trying to decide if I should sign up. The answer is I don't know. I have no intention of moving to trade within the first month at all. And if it's active and there are still a lot of people there, I could see not going to trade at all. I could stay there forever. So we should make a rules page. What do I do with it? What do I do with it? Ah, there it is. Okay. We should... Right. Okay, cool. I can read lips. Hang on, everyone. He's saying the purple dingus nerps the fibs sippy up. Yep, that was it. That was exactly it. Crazy. Crazy that you got that. What? Fucking what? Sound, it's off. Okay. I have to start saving some, somebody find me a falling zombie theorycraft video link. We don't have a new passive tree yet or anything, or skill gems or anything. So there won't be one. Alright, where'd it go? So, how am I going to do this? Is this the best pathing? I want to do ultimatum, boss rushing, and essences at the same time. This looks pretty good. I'm also supplying some heist stuff to people by taking the heist wheel there and the heist wheel here, but I will not be running heist. That pathing hurts. I mean, I especially hate this bit, but what am I going to do? Take away the 10% chance to spawn an ultimatum encounter? I don't think so. Like, that ain't it. I can't get out of here because like that connects to everything. I can't get out of here because this is like the you could go over, but either way you end up here. I can't not take this wheel because down here is 5% chance, 5% chance, 5% chance, 15% chance. And growing hordes is right there, which I might use. Path of Building is not updated, but PoE Skill Tree Planner is. Is the leftmost ultimatum wheel necessary? Necessary, no. But it does just let you do everything a bit quicker, right? Requires killing 10% less monsters, has 10% less duration, has 20% less duration, 20% reduced monsters killed. The altar has 50% more life, making that easier. Like, is it needed? No. But like, the problem isn't, is it worth spending points on? The question is, would you spend those points somewhere else that would be valuable to a skill tree that looks like this? Like, just something that's focused on what I'm focused on. Which will also be that, by the way. The bigger question is, can I fit 7th gate into this? Essences, yeah. Yeah, but it becomes pretty high level. This could be an argument for removing this wheel, but we have to pause here. Man, 7th gate is awkward. View planners updated? Yep. I think I just don't 7th gate. Ultimatum and boss rushing. Yep, and essences. Doesn't that go against your own shit that slows you down rule? Yeah, but ultimatum is really fucking cool. Like, you're right. Essences doesn't. Essences is good. And this is good. Right? Because this will provide to our heisters. And like, generally speaking, in this strategy, you do want to avoid stuff that slows you down. So ultimatum would be a no in a trade league. You would not build this league in this tree in a trade league because you don't want to be boss rushing and stopping for ultimatums. I don't care about that though. Right? So everyone received their huntsman wings. I have no idea. Ghost. I don't know if I got mine because I didn't watch a stream. I just streamed. Well, I watched the PoE stream actually. You are now eligible for the Huntsman wings. How do you claim it? I clicked the thing. I think they're just already. I don't think I had to claim anything. You have to claim or you won't get it? Where's the claiming? To get your loot, claim your drop by December 2nd. Oh, I might have missed it already. It might already be too late. Do I just not get my hunter wings because I didn't know I had to claim it? Oh well. There's nothing in my inventory. There's only the ones I've already claimed. Why would there be a 24-hour timer on that? That's so bullshit. That's so weird because all the Diablo drops I claimed, I didn't even claim any of them until like 2 weeks after. But because I completed it, they were just sitting there waiting for me to hit claim, and I got all the Diablo loot. Why the fuck would GGG put a 24-hour timer on it if Twitch doesn't? That's so weird. Want my wings? What the fuck? I had some stuff there I earned 5 years ago, right? That's not a Twitch thing. Nah, nothing. There's nothing under all campaigns. Well, it's not
magic find characters
comparing to Diablo. It's just that those are the other rewards that I got a few months ago. I also got like shit from Torchlight that I didn't pick up for weeks. I have no idea why it's gone already, but apparently I don't get my wings. There's a claimed. Well, right. What I'm saying is I received a whole bunch of rewards, never went to the claim thing, and then a few weeks later went to the claim thing and hit like claim on all of them weeks later. Because I never remember to do that shit the same day. It's never. I just have an extension on that auto claims it. I should have that. Okay, how do we save these again? No. Log in to save builds. God damn it. Okay. That's a problem because logging in cleared the Atlas tree. Oh, no, it didn't. It just took a minute to load in. Sweet. Okay. Save as new. Nice. Good try. What color juice is most desirable this league? So that would be a question I would ask Pineapple over me, but my answer would be all juice to begin with. I wouldn't take the specific nodes at all. We'll need everything. And then that might change as the league goes on. Like we might find a week in Pineapples being like, I wish I had 60, 100,000 more blue juice instead of all this other stuff. And then the harvest people would change to be like more specific in a certain group. Yellow, we will need more yellow. Is that for gambling? Because I'm talking about like to begin with, and we shouldn't be gambling to begin with. Otherwise, I believe pineapple. No, yellow's just used more. Okay. Yellow is fizz, chaos, and speed. Alright, so we will need everything, but yellow more of. How do you make a new one? So I'd like to make a new folder. What's the name of this league again? It's not Ultimatum 2. It's not Sentinel 2. It's Affliction League. Confirm. Okay. Wrath of the Mist King is fucking great. By the way. I can't look at the document next hour, but there's a bunch of simulacrum runners. I'd be surprised if there's a single simulacrum runner on that document that's like, I wish I could just run simulacrums all day. I'd be shocked. Where is it? Here it is. Yeah, no, there's no simulacrums people at all. I have a spot to put that. In specializations, you can just type stuff. If it's not an option, you can just type whatever you want. It won't let me in the middle one. That's interesting. It might only let you in the third option. Because like I typed ultimatum. It says invalid request. Can I make it so that you can do that in all of them? I can. Just show a warning. Advanced option. Just show a warning. There. Okay, now you can type in any three if your option isn't just there. That should be better. Yeah, I'm not filling anything out for obvious reasons. You just put secret to troll everyone. Nah, so we decided right at the beginning, that it wouldn't matter what Blakey was picking. He would never fill out any of that shit. Because whether he was picking a new thing he knew was OP or an old thing, or even if it was something that he couldn't figure out what to play and I picked for him, it would still just look like people would look at it and be like, you must know what's up, and just like straight up want to copy it, even though it might not be a thing. Like, I might fucking pick his build. Like, anything could happen. It probably won't, but like, if you just make it a blanket rule to never fill that shit out ever, then it won't matter, right? Is there a minimum needed to make it viable? Somewhere around 50? Somewhere around 50-ish. The like perfect window would be like 50 to 100 people. Preferably closer to 100, because we know some people, no matter what, will dip out in the first week. So it'd be good if we were left with at least 50 people. Change the add damage in one recipe because I can't do it. Doesn't exist. They got rid of it. Okay.
Get your magic find characters ready.
So, next thing, we need to build a few extra trees for other people, just in case they want to do shit and can't make their own trees. So I'm focused more on like what would be appropriate, like private league trees, so that I can provide a bunch of them for people, just in case people need help or whatever. So we're aiming at around about 100-ish points. Also, Kramer? Thank you very much for the T1 sub. Up here. Oh, okay, well, that's nice. I'm looking at trees. So I'm thinking first an expedition harvest tree. Make me one for expedition, ultimatum, and harvest. I don't really think you can do that.
Your magic find characters ready.
We'll have a look, but they're opposite sides of the tree. That's going to be rough to do ultimatum and expedition. I don't think that's efficient. Blonde tree horn thug. Think of it a prime. Expedition. I think that the answer for what should go with expedition is harvest, right? For Abyss, is the snake worth it? It's worth it for XP. Ain't no place for no hero. Do we even need this? I mean, sort of. We'll just leave that open. Although it's probably something like that. Oh.
Get your magic find characters
probably
ready.
Something like that, but we'll just leave that open because it could be anything. A Plexia. You would have 4 gifted subs. Oh, that puts us at 12. I see. I see. We on a 7 play PoE in like 2 months? That's fine. That means you were playing this league. What do you mean? Leagues look interesting. This league looks fucking great. Is what it looks. Absolutely amazing. Nivuwath. I don't know how to fucking say that at all. Okay, so we need to head up here. Not through there.
Get
Need
your
to head
magic
up here.
flame characters ready.
Boop. Silent. Thank you for the 5 months.
Boop.
Get your magic flame
And already
characters
dead
ready.
NZ. Thank you for the 16 months. And there goes the scam train. True. What are we building? Nivuwath. I don't know how to say that. We're building a bunch of different trees for my private league start. So that I can have like a list of them. I'm looking for around about 100 points for each one, so that people can have an idea of what to do. It doesn't mean you have to follow them. It's just like an idea. Did I break the sheet? There's just a white box where I typed my Discord name. Uh-oh.
Wheel. Laughing face.
Done a private league? Yes. Searing X Arch will be so good to trade next league. GCPs especially, but yes. Builds good at Expedition are also good at Harbinger. Huh. They changed GCPs or something? I got a video coming out today on it to make it really drive that point home. But basically, you can't flip active gems anymore. You can't get them to level 20, vendor them with a GCP back to level 1 and be 20% quality. That's gone. Because the quality is now way more important than it ever used to be and way more power. And that means that the GCP usage, at least in the first week or two, is going to be at least a bare minimum of 80% higher than it was before. Probably closer to 250% higher than it was before. And only for attack skills? No, only for active skills. Not attack skills, active skills. So it'll work on your supports, but not on your skill. It's going to make GCPs significantly more expensive, at least early. Where is this? Because it isn't in the patch notes. Yes, it is. It's in the patch notes. Yes, it is. It is in the patch notes, I promise. I made a video on it. It's probably coming out today. Have I missed anything in this tree, or is this a good tree? Feels like a good tree. Should probably take that as well. We're looking for around about 100 points per tree. Honestly, if I was doing Harbinger, I'd take those as well. Well, I'm looking at around about 100. This is fine. For the rest of Syndicate? Didn't I already take all the Syndicate? Nah, the extra points would be where you pick some specific juice or fill out the quant wheel. When does the character shift to... Yeah, somewhere around there. Control F about... Hang on. I'll give you something. Hang on. Circle of Expedition you didn't take? There is this one, but it's shit.
Has made an anime. This is not a joke.
Like it doesn't do anything. It's not a wheel we want.
Also, here is the joke. The rule, I before E, except after circa, has been disproven by science.
I've been disproven by... nice. I'm adding to that sheet about creating so what I will do to that sheet probably later today, hopefully later today, is make the rules one the first page, the opening page, and we'll have a bunch of information there, like how it's going to work, what you're allowed to leave with, that there are no like hard set rules, you don't have to stay there, etc. But we don't want you to leave with like somebody else's really expensive thing. We'll tell everyone we're using the guild bank, for instance, and that you don't have to be in the guild to use it. I just don't have a league-wide thing that I can share with everyone. So if someone not in the guild in the private league wants something out of the guild bank, just take it. It's fine. Just take it and hand it to them, etc. Like that sort of stuff. And in that, we should put in the rules. Hey, you should make a fucking character in the base league first. How many slots will be open at start? However many I need. However many I need is the answer. Right now, there's like just under 50 people signed up already. Rule 2, Mage Bloods and Headhunters belong to BalorMage. Nope. Nope. What are you all playing next league? Path of Building and Atlas Trees is what we're playing. It's so good. I'm sorry, what? I said intense anal is my favorite. I don't even like it that much. All right, is this everything that this side character should be doing at about 100 points? Obviously, later on you can pick which juice to focus on at past 100. And you could fill out the quant world past 100. but looks pretty good to me. Alright, I'm just going to save that one. I'm happy with it. Save as new. Affliction League. Name. Blue Altar. Harvest slash... Fucking, I want to call it Sentinel. That's not the thing. Expedition. Expedition slash... Hobby. Right? The red altars drop GCPs. Yes. We're going to need at least a few people running red altars and at least a few people running blue altars too, because the last private league we did only have like 15 people in it. But we did notice real quick we didn't have nearly enough Ickers. Just Icker currency in general just wasn't there. We didn't have enough. So don't be scared to run altars, but also only run shit you want to run. So you don't want to run essences on a wandering path tree. The notables for essences are the most important part. Like, harvest is great on wandering path. Lab notes are great for wandering path as well. You can get the lab points. You can get expeditions and shit like that. You can get there's a lot that works on wandering path, specifically mostly things that work on like pack size and stuff. Altars are good on wandering path, etc. Essences are one of those like really, really reliant on notables. So if you want to do a wandering path tree, I would probably skip essences. Okay, so we need a red altar tree that also has some other stuff in it. So if you're farming red altars, how do we make a tree look? I feel like I never farm red altars. Any builds look OP so far? Is it too early to tell? It'll be too early to tell until you see them in game, just so that you know. Like, any new builds, anything that got changed in any significant fashion, or anything that's new, we're all just doing our best to guess what will be good. Where to see the tree you previously made? Interesting question. Can you see the trees that I make on PoE Planner by looking on PoE Planner? Is there a search function for that? Or do I have to link every one of them individually in like a text document of some form? What on earth is this? Share a link, I think. Okay, well. Should I just make a tab in here? Should I just make a tab in here and put a bunch of the links in there? I already did. Where? I don't see one. I only see 3 tabs. Rules and Atlas tree stuff. Oh. You just want me to put it in here? Sure. Alright. Why not? Why not? Okay. In that case, it'll be on that spreadsheet. Let me find the ones I just did. Let's say Expedition Farm and Red Altar. I'll have a look at that one in a second. Let's look at the one I just did. How do I get to the trees that I already have? Is it under my builds? It is. Copy. Paste. Blue altar slash harvest slash syndicate. No. Expedition. Edition slash hobby. Okay, there's the first one. So let's have a look at this tree that somebody else has got. Was this Kenduin? Is that who sent me this? This is nothing. Don't take this. Worthless. Starts them with 20% life missing, and that's like the only thing it does. It's not worth that many points. Probably Rog. This is the only one we don't want. So this has got Expedition. Do you want both sides of this? You can, but I need to trim everything down to about 100 to share with people. So you can, but I wouldn't count it as like part of the necessary things. How can I lower this? I'm also not taking any of these notables in the ones that I hand people because it's more like pick your notable than it is do this specific thing. Because this will be decided like during the league. I really do like this wheel, and I'm sure that we're going to want 1, if not 2 of these, but I don't know what they'll be. Right? So in this instance, I would say this is not worth the travel. Because this, other than a 5% chance, this doesn't actually give us more rewards. I would say it's worth the travel. It's just not worth the travel early. Like it'd be the last thing you're taking past 100. You'd be heading out there to get that. And if I drop that off, everything else looks great to share. Because we're down at an appropriate amount of points, somewhere around the 100 mark. I would be taking this because map sustain is an issue without both of those wheels. Honestly, you can take all 3. Nah, all 3 is too many. This is a pretty good. Any recommendations on a league start? Something fun. No. No. I don't know, man. I don't know. Nobody knows. Like, all the normal stuff still works. So poison still works. Tornado shot or lightning arrow still works. SRS, poison SRS still works. You see the teaser today? We did the Smite Guardian dude. I have to figure out what his name will be because it's not Bob. That isn't Bob. And we need to, before I decide on his name, I need to know something that we couldn't tell because the entire UI was off. I suspect that version of Smite doesn't have an aura around it because I didn't see any like aura appear under him or the character. So it's not like our normal Smite. It's just like a Smite that doesn't have an aura attached to it. I wonder how much SRS flat damage now scales with extra levels. I don't think we have to wonder. I don't have 100% confirmation on this, but I'm pretty sure it's exactly the same. The 38% more damage it used to do at level 20 baked into the gem was just 38 generic more damage to everything. Now it's just baked into the Summon Raging Spirit skull itself, but at the same value, but only for attacks. Which is fine for all the elemental ones, and it's fine for the poison one and everything like that, but it's not affecting things like minion pop explode or the belts that make it explode or those sort of things that came with extra damage. Well, the damage has moved from being generic minion damage to being only attack damage, which is fine for everything we cared about. Weird, and I don't know why they did it, and it doesn't appear to make a difference to any meaningful builds that people were playing right now, which tells me it makes a difference to something we didn't know about. Which doesn't mean people weren't playing it, it means we didn't know about it. And whatever it is that was different is either fixed, or it could be something that was coming up. It could also be something that was coming up that they were like, oh, this is absolutely busted. Or break something, or whatever. But it didn't seem like it's an intentional nerf to anything we're actively doing. Think it's just cleaning up the skill gem? No, it's the opposite of that, because it makes it more confusing and less clear. It's far less clear and far more confusing. So there has to be a reason. I don't know if I love this. Just looking at this tree. I mean... nah, it's pretty good. No, it is pretty good. It is actually pretty good. We'll save it. Affliction League. This is called... Red Altars / Expedition / Ultimatum. Save. Copy. Paste. Okay, there's a second one. The more I think about it, I'm guessing that the trans SRS is a stationary minion that explodes after a while. This tree is wrong? Cool. Why? You don't have the lab nodes? Who's a fuck about the lab nodes? Everyone needs the lab nodes? Fucking why? We get so many offerings. I usually, like at the end of the first week, I've usually got like 30 offerings in my stash and them just hidden from like day 2. I'm just not going to hide them. Oh no. Right, so anyone anywhere near it needs to be having improved offerings. Anyone anywhere near that needs to be having it. Okay. Steady offering those actually get a heart attack. So as far as the private league goes, you don't need to run the labs. There will be people who like running the labs. What you need to do is what we all need to do if you're anywhere near that node is get the improved offerings so that the people who want to run labs can. Okay, what other mechanics are important for us to have? We need like blight and beasts. I've never made a blight tree before. You know who has? JS. You got a blight tree? He splits this league isn't handing out 6 links. True. I got a blight ultimatum tree. Let's see it. Let's see it. We'll see if I can improve it at all. And if I can't, we'll just steal it. Yoink. Yeah, I expect ultimatums to have 6 links like they did last time. I don't think we'll have a big issue with 6 links. For early game farming, do you think Legion, Essence, Breach, and Harbinger can work? Can work, but they focus on different things. Can work, but they focus on different things, right? If you want to do like essences, at least in high tier maps, you need like giga high single target damage. Whereas Legion, Breach, and Harbinger all want clear. So you suddenly made a build that needs really, really good on both, which for early focus is pretty meh. Like I would want to pick either good clear or good single target and focus my mechanics around that. Is it okay to paste? It might not fit in Twitch chat if it's too long. You could whisper it to me, you could use a tiny URL, or you could just paste it in the spreadsheet that everyone has access to, just like down here somewhere, and I'll just cut it out. Also, I missed that question. Guy Incognito, are you hiding low quality gems at higher map tiers and whatnot? The answer is no. I will not be hiding low quality gems, at least to begin with, until we figure out what the hell's going on with GCPs and whether we have enough of them or not. But our default will be not to hide them. Was it long enough to fit? It was! God damn, it's blurry though. Why is it so blurry? I can only zoom out this much. Nope, that wasn't enough. It's missing half of its information. It does not fit in Twitch chat. Copy link. Oh, because it wasn't PoE Planner. That was the fucking Path of Exile skill tree. That is the worst of the 3 skill tree planners, is the PoE one. It's fucking horrendous. Don't use that. It's really bad.
PSA, since I see people are posting full Power Planner links. Power Planner has a built-in link shortener you can use.
Oh yeah, right here. Get minefield. You can just export it with the minefield. Okay, which one I'm looking at here? Bist, Ultimatum, Ritual, Heist plus Lab. Yo, where did this one come from? Who put this in? It's not what it says and you fucking know it. Mini field. Sorry. Sorry. Okay, that's 1 letter off. Wait. Minified? Minified? Podcast when? Oh, I've got an answer for that now. Hang on. Hang on. I got that message this morning. Friday, December 8th, 8 a.m. my time. So, like 22 hours before the league starts. Ish. Google the words so you understand it. Who cares? Here's the thing. You knew what I meant, and therefore communication was successful. Saying the correct words, spelling things correctly, pronouncing them right, none of that is important, even remotely, as long as people understand what you mean. Anybody who complains that your punctuation, grammar, pronunciation, anything is wrong with your speech but understood what you meant is just being pretentious for the sake of it. Communication was successful if you understood me.
Woberg, I got you minify. Verb. Used with object. Min I feed. Min I fying. 1. To make less. 2. To minimize.
Fair. Holy shit, yeah, this so much, right? Okay. So this one I'm looking at was labeled Beast Ultimatum Ritual Heist plus Lab. I don't know who put this in. But I think this is a waste of points. Coming all the way over here just to block 2 extra things. I think this is a waste of points. Like, that's too many points to spend. feel like there's no way in which I wouldn't take this notable if I was doing it. But you need this node. This is part of it. Oh, you mean like you could just come out there if you wanted to head there instead of going over there? Yeah, I don't think it's worth heading over to block anyway. There's no way I don't take that. There's also no way you don't take this. Who filled this one out the whole wheel but didn't take this? Ultimatum encounters in your map grant rewards as though you completed an additional round. That's insane. Means when you're doing wave 8, you're getting wave 9 rewards. When you're doing wave 9, you're getting wave 10 rewards. That's like an insanely good node. I hate this. I can connect for 1 point here, but I can't see anywhere to disconnect 1 point. Like I could do this. Oh, you could do that. I think I only needed this one because I was next to it and it felt really silly not to, but I'm okay with just pulling to there, right? Like it's only 1% additional. That's every 100 maps. You get 1 extra mission. You can remove the next point for the +1 map to your node. Oh, I mean you could, but you should just take that. That's why I didn't take it out. Does Ultimatum OP, should everybody roll it? It's also going to be quite difficult and we don't really know because it did get rebalanced. So I expect it to be quite good because I've played it before. And last time it was quite good. There's no way we don't take this whole wheel. And again, I'm not going to tell people which notables to pick yet. And despair by out of map mechanics. There are no out of map mechanics. It's so good. It's so good. There's no out of map mechanics. I'm so happy about it. When you played back in Ultimatum League, which builds were good to farm it back then? Hugo, good question. I literally don't remember. I had no idea what I was playing then. So this is all ritual, ultimatum, and beasts. You're gonna spend like an hour in each map. This person is spending like an hour a map. That's what I like though. Yeah, okay. That's all that matters. The only other thing that I would say about this tree is that even if you don't take this one because it makes things incredibly hard, you should be still taking this to get, you need to be taking an altar. Even if you don't want it to be super hard and you don't take this one to like double the things, you should still be running a thing. And that still has it at only 105. It also only has access to one single plus map node, which might be okay. It might be okay. But I don't think I'm going to share this one on the spreadsheet just because I think most people aren't going to like this. It's too much time in each individual map. I don't mind it, especially if it's the thing you like to do, but I don't think it's like a build that I want to, like a thing that I want to be like, hey, everyone have a look at this one, run that, right? But this is the way I would do this. I mean, I can leave it on the spreadsheet. We can leave everything on the spreadsheet. Why not? Look at YouTube. You'll be sad. Winter Orb was the most fun I've had all league. Oh, Winter Orb was so good. Oh, man. Get Minefield. I'm just going to call it Minefield from now on just because it upset people. And the other one is Low Life Hybrid Stormbrand Inquisitor. So tanky. Oh, no. Transparent will be cool. It will be. Okay, let's look at the next one. Let's look at the next one. Right, what do we got here? Why is this? Okay, I just have to click something so it gets not grayed out. Kramer, this is you, right? I'm just going to give this one back to you, but I'm going to tell you why. One, I think you're spread a little bit too thin, trying to take too many mechanics all at once. And the reason I think that is because you're missing some really important things for some individual mechanics. So if we're going to do Blight and Ultimatum, that's fine. I'm good with that. Blight and Ultimatum, great. These are both mechanics to keep you in the map for a while, which is fine. That's fine. However, Strongboxes is a speed thing, which you're not really doing at speed. And so is Boss Rushing, which you're not really doing at speed. Also, if you're going to be taking these three nodes, you almost have to take Destructive Play because it gives you 3 additional bosses, which can all drop these maps. So, and then that's like too many points. And because we're in a private league and not a trade league, it's kind of okay to go with, well, if you're coming to our private league, it's kind of okay to mix some go fast strats for some go slow strats because we don't need to worry too much about profit per hour and more about fun and what we want to do. So it's fine, but I think you either need to drop the idea of dropping all of these boss maps and instead you can just come through here, which gets you not only one of these, but access to your thing on the other side and drop all the bosses, or drop all the strong boxes and get rid of this whole gateway connect deal, get rid of the strong box drops, get rid of all of those. Then you get to keep all of that set up. Either way, if If you do that, you're probably going to take at least one of these nodes. If not two, if we could fit them in, which we could. You'd also drop these. You've just spread yourself too thin is all, and you need to make a decision on what gets left out of this set. If you would rather do the strong boxes, put them in, get rid of all these boss drops, that's fine. If you would rather do the boss drops, do this shit and drop all of the strong box stuff instead, if you'd rather do the boss stuff. Either way, it's fine, but you can't really afford both. It's just not enough points. Spread too thin is what that is. They really nerfed Wintertide Brand, did they? I don't remember reading Wintertide Brand and being upset about it. Just tuned in, is that blight I see? Well, we're looking at all trees that anybody wants to show us, and we're putting good ones, fixing ones if we can, and putting good ones into our little private league spreadsheet so that we can be like,
thanks for the feedback.
hey,
He'll keep messing with it.
Here's some trees that you could run. I'm probably going to run with Wintertide and League started. I can't do any of them. Huh. Yo, okay, I need to fix this restream thing because I keep missing YouTube chats and it's really annoying. Let's see what happens if I just log out and log back in again. What's the link to the spreadsheet? Exclamation mark. Baylor League? Is that what I made it? Yeah. Okay. Restream.io just doesn't know that I'm live on Twitch and can't figure it out at all. So I just keep missing YouTube chats for some reason. Hang on, I got one more idea. Log out. Go to log back in again. Ugh, select all the squares that have a motorcycle in it. Yeah, okay, fuck off. Select all the crosswalks. Nope, never mind. That didn't work. Okay. Okay, I have no idea what to do about that. How's this tree? Alright, let's have a look. Kiwi planner. What the fuck is this? Oh, it's the... God damn it. It's the fucking crab. Piece of shit. Absolute piece of shit. God damn it. Damn it. All right. Well done. It's more damage per stage than Winstar brand, but I still feel like that's a slight nerf. Okay, so if it's more damage per stage, that's not a nerf, that's a buff. But it is a nerf the first time you get it and put it on. Because the dot multi number's quite a bit better. But you can get dot multi, and dot multi is one more multiplier no matter how much of it you get. So when you start getting dot multi in other places, having a more multiplier on the gem is going to be significantly better, even if it's a small one, than having a little bit more dot multi would be. That being said, it's still Wintertide brand, so Okay, what am I looking at here? What am I looking at here? What is this tree about? So we've got expedition. We're gating for the other expedition, but we're not taking up here, which is a little bit weird. We've got altars, but not this area, which is also a little bit weird. You're going to want this area, at least that side, if not both sides. I don't like this. I don't know why I don't like it. No, I do. You've tried to fit expedition in, and I understand why. It's really, really good on League Start, but this tree is no good. And it's because of this. As soon as you get rid of that, and you just give up on expedition, now the rest of the tree looks pretty good. You got access to the rest of the quant wheel. You've got points for extra map sustain. You've got points for map sustain there. You've got room to put in the trial thing. Like, you're freed up on points so much. As soon as you get rid of expedition, you can do the blights and the ultimatums. So what's with Heist? Is it just going to be a loot farm now? I mean, it's still got a lot of shit in it. Like, a lot of shit in it. All those alt quality bases are getting slapped on a lot. They're really, 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 really good. A lot of them. So those are going to be great. There's going to be more currency than you've ever seen before in there. And alt quality uniques are still fantastic. Also, that alt quality covenant looks real interesting. Real interesting. Like, with an alt quality covenant, I'm tempted to say that I might be able to make a Guardian SRS actually worth playing. The replica unique or whatever it is. The replica covenant. What does the replica covenant do? It makes it cost energy shield instead of life, and it's 29 added cold instead of 29 added chaos. Why the fuck is it cold? Why the fuck is it not? It's the best damage type, other than chaos. but like it's ES based, so it should be lightning. True. True, but too bad. Hybrid Spark Low Life Inquisitor. Yo, okay. I need a replica cover of Wintertide brand. Wintertide brand's a dot. It doesn't benefit from added cold. Alright, I forget whose tree I was looking at here, by the way. I forget whose tree this was. I'm not putting it on my spreadsheet, but it looks way better like this. You can't fit. I understand the wanting to fit Expedition in because of how good it is, especially in a private league or an early league, but there'll be plenty of people that have Expedition. This tree isn't one of them. That was stretched too thin again, trying to get too many things. This is much better. Just dropping that frees you up a lot. Do you think 7th gate for Essence's Mapcraft will be worth it? If you build a tree for it, probably. It's a lot of essences. Where did we see the replica covenant? It was in the reveal stream. It was in one of the boxes in Heist for like 1 second. But that's enough. You show me something for 1 second, someone's gonna fucking clip that. Could Replica Covenant be a good piece for Lightning Arrow? Like, I mean, it's just like, it's like a stronger Heres, except it doesn't have any evasion. It makes your shit cost energy shield, which we have no easy access to a reliable way to recover on a Lightning Arrow build, and then also doesn't have suppression, and then also makes your attacks cost an extra support gem worth of damage. I don't think it suits like a Deadeye bow build or anything. It just doesn't fit. Like, there are ways to get it working. I just don't think it's worth trying to work. Bun Assassin. Let's see what we're looking at. Oh, you're doing a 7th gate for essences. Okay. So I assumed this is only taken because you want to get to here. We're not actually doing fortune favors. You're doing essences through 7th gate. It's just a travel node. So generally speaking, without juice of any kind, 2 of these is just enough to sustain. 3 is over sustaining or sustaining even when you're in a bad RNG. And 4 wheels is only really used if you want a bunch of excess maps to sell. In this instance, this is worth it because you're right here, but I don't even think it's worth it to get those extra 3. You will have enough sustain. You will. This will not be a problem. So I don't think that's worth. Otherwise, I kind of love it. For private leagues, I don't know if you're in our private league or not. For private leagues, anyone who's taking altars, it would be really nice to also grab that. the more Eaters and X-Archers we can get ran, the more of those drops will exist in the league for everyone to use, but that's not important. It's just nice if it's an option. Okay. Just fitting a shrine in on its own without any of the rest of the shrine nodes, actually not very impactful at all. How attached are we to shrines? The only thing is, it's only 2 points anyway. Unless I can find a better way to path. No, this is the first time I've ever done a private league. For league start at all. So I have no idea how many people will be in it. Right now, our sign up sheet has 45 people in it, and I just launched it like, I don't know, an hour ago. My guess was that it would be somewhere around 100, but we'll see. It's also group found, so there's no trading for profit. No one here is getting rich, including me. If you've got something that's awesome that you don't need, it goes on the trade market at any price. It doesn't matter what you price it as, so long as you price it at something so that it shows up, and it gets given away. And if you see something that you need, you take it for free. It's all group trade. Group found. It's group found. You play solo still, unless you find a party you want to group with. You're just still playing solo, but it's group found. There's no such thing as like buying a carry. You'll just get a carry if you need a boss kill. There's no such thing as buying a unique. You'll just take it off someone if it exists and it isn't currently on someone's character. It'll be on the market and you can take it, right? There'll also be no selling of your things. If you find a covenant on the floor and you're not playing a build that uses a covenant, it'll go on trade. You'll give away the covenant to somebody who is wanting it for their build. I'll also encourage like build swapping or build giving away of when you're done with a build. Like if you're like, oh, I'm done playing this build. This was very fun for the last 2 weeks, but now I want to make something else. You could give it to somebody. You could give the whole build to somebody and be like, hey, here you go, have fun. I'll encourage that too, though not necessary. But, you know, that sort of shit can happen as well. Alright, whose stream am I looking at here? I forget. I need to write down people's names as I copy them. You know, I have nothing better to do with these 2 points, so I guess it's fine. Yours? Alright, cool. Fun assassin. Like, what are you going to do? Take those 2 nodes? I mean, that's 2 points instead of 4 points, and it is another 4% chance for adjacent map drops. I'd be tempted by that. I'd be tempted by that. It does save 2 points. Unless... Are you in the private league at all? Or are you doing this for trade? Important question. So you're doing this for trade? Okay. 1, 2, 3 points. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's after I already saved 2. So now we're 4 points shorter. You don't have to worry about getting the smuggler's cash unless you wanted to. You can't get up to these nodes anyway, so it doesn't matter. These are just travels. You could also just travel here like that instead of like that. If you don't like selling contracts early. But you're already here filling out this wheel. whereas you're not anywhere here filling out this wheel. And since you're 7th gated, it doesn't actually matter which way you connect. You just have to connect because it's 7th gated anyway. So it's just quicker and more efficient to connect here. Whether you go through here or not, just depends on whether you can be bothered to sell contracts for money. If you can be bothered to sell contracts for money, this is actually pretty efficient. You just pick up contracts. You never have to run the heist. You just pick up contracts off the floor and bulk sell them. Also, gating saves you no point. It's a 7th gate tree for doing essences, so they have to use the gates anyway. Like it wants to run, the tree wants to run essences, which isn't on the thing, so it's 7th gated. One, two, three. Nothing I can save there. Nothing I can save there. Be aware of this node. This might be real fucking dangerous early, by the way. Like, I'll be shocked if anyone can run this node on day 1 or even day 3. The rounds get like exponentially harder every single time. Wave 10 is way harder than wave 8. This is going to give you wave 13. I have no idea how hard that's going to be. No idea. No one does. It could be real fucking hard. So just be aware of that, because you might not want to use it right away. You might not want to use that right away. That's going to be dangerous. And they can just stop whenever. Sure, but if you can reliably make it to 10, but you have to stop anyway, you might as well have a chance for bosses to spawn. Right? Yes, PoE Planner's new thing is already here. Honestly, that's really it. The rest of this is laid out like pretty well, as far as I'm concerned. I might even save this to the spreadsheet. Ultimatum essences, red altars. 7th gated essences. I might even save this to the spreadsheet. Like, that's a reasonable amount of points. I think that's pretty good, actually. Yeah, obviously more points. I'm just going to like fill out the quant wheel. Maybe take that if I'm farming maps quick enough. Maybe take these nodes on this side. I actually quite like taking this whole essence wheel because you get enough corruptions to self-sustain and then also get the extra ones. But that's like something you would do later. Yeah, like real early, you might spec into some Jun nodes, like right at the beginning, just to get some crafts going and whatnot, but I also like wouldn't take any of these during progression. I would just path right there for 1 point, take that whole wheel, go up there, grab those 3, right? You know the shit. But this looks like a pretty good tree. I'm pretty happy with it. Okay, we might actually save that. Seventh gate essence / ultimatum / red altars. Get minefield link. Copy. Put it in the spreadsheet. Ultimatum slash, what was it? Essence Ultimatum Red Altars. You recommend Wandering Path map sustain tree then swap out for Trade League? So strongly yes, and also strongly no, depending on how you are as a player. Wandering Path is very dangerous for one reason. You progress very, very quickly. And if your build at like level 80 isn't capable of doing tier 16 maps in your league start gear, you end up running maps where you die 5 times a map and get frustrated and annoyed, and you actually progress too quickly. If you build and you as a player can handle tier 16 maps right away and can kill Eater and Exarch right away, it is a very, very good boost to your initial league start. It's very good for your map sustain because you get 2 Void Stones really quickly, plus Wandering Path on its own is great for map sustain. So it's fantastic if you can handle it, but sometimes people who shouldn't be doing that spec into it, progress too quick, and then have a miserable time. So yes, if you can handle it, and no if you can't, is the answer. Jun Expedition and Legion. Are we 7th gated? No. We're not 7th gated. Got 1 map sustain wheel, 2 map sustain wheels, that's enough. I think you'd be remiss not to take this if you're focused on Syndicate at all. If you focus on Jun at all, you'd be remiss not to take this node. But we're too spread again. This is too many points for a league start. What can we do about that though? You should be able to fit all of this in. This should fit. I would like for this to fit. Well, we can connect here for 1 point instead of here, which gives us access to that wheel, which means we might be able to drop all of this and just not block those things down there, because I think they're not worth blocking. I actually think these blocks are a bit of a trap. They're for some very, very specific things really good. Here's the question. Is this Trade League or our league? Because if it's our league, this is probably worth taking. And if it's Trade League, this is not, and this is a big waste of points. And we should just abandon this part entirely. In fact, I think you take this out regardless. And if you're in a private league and you need that, it's something that comes last. It's something that comes last. As much as we want as many of these as we can get, it doesn't suit the tree. It's an extra, and we need to try and keep trees around 100 points so that they're easy enough to get at. And when you get further progressed, it is probably a good idea to 7th get over and take that, especially in a private league, but you're just nowhere near it. Hey, Madiki. Does perseverance work for poison? Huh. I don't know. That's a good question. I want to say no, but I'm not 100% sure. Interesting, because melee damage or bow damage or whatever, anything like that, will affect poison. If you get a melee damage increase, it affects poison that's caused by melee, but I think attack doesn't. I want to say no, but I'm not 100% sure. Doesn't poison ignore the hit? Sort of. Well, not sort of. Yes, but that's also like super misleading because a lot of things affect both. So yes and no. Oh, final hour. Hi, I'm not sure what you are playing. Assuming League Start Atlas, what do you think about? Not sure what you are playing. Assume League Start Atlas, what do you think about Ultimatum? I don't know. Ultimatum was really, really good. Was fantastic. It's been reworked and added to, so I have no idea whether it's going to be good or not, but I suspect it's going to be great. As far as what I'm playing, I don't even know yet. Probably still Hex Blast, though. This is what I run every league. Interesting. This even count is still not in my inventory. I have no idea. I didn't get my wings either. This is for some quick progression. You want some speed progression here. We'll play Poison. You're making an updated guide for the Necro. Yes, absolutely. Under the map sustain 27% duplicates and heist contracts. Yeah, this is for going quick. This is for going quick. I don't think these 2 points are worth it at all. But otherwise. Shrines instead? I wonder if you could fit in shrines as well. Well, you can't have the notable, right? So duration, effect duration, chance to contain, effect, chance to contain. That would actually speed you up. That would actually speed you up a bit. If you're only interested in going fast, that would speed you up a little. Don't know there are map dupe nodes in the middle. I mean, there are. There are. The map dupe nodes aren't really that important. Not nearly as important as the other ones are. There's always been restaurant and farm till an apothecary and then go to sleep. That's a good strat. Honestly, if we pull these out, this is almost like a perfect like speed progression tree. Although I'd probably take those two as well. And I'd be pretty tempted to come through here, because then you can also take these ones. Oh, let's do the other one. Take the extra content node as well. You could. Notables still work. You could take that as well. I almost want to save this as like just a speed progression / red altar tree. This is actually really good. We don't need the duplicate nodes for a generic tree, although we would take them. We don't need excess duplicate nodes though. The connection nodes, super important. The duplicate nodes, not so much. If we go on and connected, does it drop too? No. 100% connected guarantees you will always drop a connected map, but you actually can't duplicate that individual map. This is just to duplicate other maps that might drop. Which makes it like still pretty good if you want to go into that, but not mandatory. Right? So we can pull out the excess ones. Not that you wouldn't take them, somebody might, but they're not like, you know. Whereas you don't want to drop any of these because the connected maps, you don't want that to go below 100. That's what like guarantees you continue to progress and have high tier maps. Right? can't 7th gate to heist. These two are connected, that's it. Yeah, connected maps can be lower tier. These affect that chance though. So we really want them. That's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90% chance to go up a tier. Right? Those are all doubled? Yeah, but they're 5 base. I was counting them at doubled. So this is basically just speed map completion and also dropping a lot of contracts and blueprints at the same time. And red altars. This is pretty good. It also is only 90 points, which is great because it leaves you open to like pick your own shit after that. Be good to be able to throw access maps into the guild for other people's completion. That not only will be good, it'll be part of what happens. Yeah, okay. I don't think there's anything else I can pull out to lower its points without like lowering this, which is the most important stat. This is just speed completion. Speed completion and provide heisting things. Or sell contracts and blueprints if you're in Trade League. Same deal though. You think heists will still be popular? Not just popular, it might actually even be better than before. Replica uniques are still a thing, but now those specific heist spaces are insane. They're insane. In fact, just those high space buff enough, that on its own, in my opinion, probably would have been enough to counter the loss of alt quality gems from heisting as far as profit goes. But on top of that, to compensate, they upped the currency throughout all of heists. So I actually think it'll still be huge. I'm amazed you haven't blocked ads yet. I haven't figured out what ad blocker I want to use, and I'm going to be honest, I sit in front of the computer and I'm either like figuring out what video I'm going to make, making the video, or streaming. And then if I'm not there, I'm a sleeper at work. Like, when do I get time to do anything? What do you mean? Like, when do I get time to do anything? Doesn't this browser already have an ad blocker I can just turn on? I think it does. I don't know where it is though. Settings. Nah, fuck it. Just leave it on. Alright, let's save this one. Save. Speed progression plus provide nice shit. Is that how you spell provide? Doesn't look right. And then export. Command field, go. Copy. Boom. Done. Next. That one doesn't self-sustain maps. Not self-sustaining maps is not a good option for us. I'm mostly focused on the private league that we're running. When's Path of Building update will come with the new skills? It won't be until at least after we get the actual patch with all the skill data, which I don't know if they've announced when we'll get those. If I had to guess, I'd say Wednesday or Thursday though, probably pretty late, because I know that they're planning on working on all of the trans gems basically up until they run out of time. And we'll just get as many as they've got time to put in. So probably Thursday, because it has to be a little bit earlier before the launch. So I would guess Thursday. But no, I'm not talking about the torrent file. I'm just talking about the gem information. Like, I forget what the data's called for that. I'm going to be running this for the private league. All right, let's have a look. Okay. Incursioner. You're the first person who's been like, I'm going to have an incursion tree. You like incursion? Hi, YouTube. Hey, YouTube. I wish that you guys were getting YouTube chat, by the way. YouTube's getting your chat. You're not getting YouTube's chat. And there's just nothing I can do about it, apparently. I don't know why. Hey, they can still see you. Let me get rid of this window. Too many windows open now. Restream button not work anymore? Well, it's not working in that direction. It doesn't register that I've started a Twitch stream. But it doesn't... I got too many windows open. It doesn't register that I've started a Twitch stream at all. Nope. Oh, do you decide a build based on the Atlas tree or an Atlas tree based on the build? You can do either. Alright, let's look at Inquisitor Gaia's tree. They were missing chats for some reason. They don't want anything displayed on screen mixing chats. And there's a pretty good reason for it. If you misbehave, say slurs, something like that, that's, you know, like proper inappropriate misbehave, not like the kind of misbehaving that I do, or like teach people what sunning their perineum is, but like misbehave, right? If you misbehave, Twitch can punish you if you're here on the website. But if you're showing up on screen, but you're not from Twitch, you're from YouTube, Twitch can't do anything about it. YouTube can punish you, but Twitch can't. So they punish me instead. Because they can't do anything to you. Because I've put it on screen. So we're not allowed to like share and put up a thing. Okay. Back over here. So. Blights, labyrinths, and incursions. And we're providing heist blueprints. And we're doing red altars. And it all fits on 113. Yo! And we've got 2 of the map sustain nodes. Huh. Don't let me stop you from doing your dreams. But your idea is garbage and build is trash. I don't mind this. Don't mind that's not strong enough. I quite like this tree. I don't even know how to... I don't even see anything shit to fix. You could connect for 2 there, which could save you 2 here, but it's the same amount of points. Doesn't matter. Why do I feel like this is not going to be... Son of a bitch. God damn it. Yeah, so the only thing I would say about this is, and I wouldn't do it until after this when you get more points, but this would be the most useful extra points you could do after this point. Because just getting more bosses is great. I think this is going to be not like a sticking point, but this is going to be like a thing throughout the league. If we do this for an extended period of time, just getting access to boss maps, as many as we can possibly get, is going to be a thing. It won't be a thing that matters a whole lot during the first few days, maybe even a week. But as soon as we've got some people, hopefully me, but as soon as we've got some people capable of doing Uber bosses, we're going to want as many Uber bosses as we can get, because there's only one way to get Uber loot for the league for people to play with. That someone has to be killing the Ubers, which means we need as many of that shit as possible. But it's not a rush thing. It's not something I'd worry about at 100, 110 points. It's something you could definitely get later, but it is worth knowing. Same for anyone doing alters on this side. Like, there's a lot more value in this side if you're in the private league. There's a lot more value in getting this node than there normally would be in trade. I don't see anything to improve. Whose tree was this again? Kill mine, Inquisitor. Nice tree. Nice tree. The only minor change I would make is I would actually be doing this because these are the last points I would get. Because deception contracts are really good, but really early, all the heisters need all the contracts, not deceptions only. Deceptions only is like a later on thing. And by later on, I do mean by like day 2 or 3. But it means you could leave that section off entirely, which gets you access to your finished tree and everything else a little bit earlier. But even so, it's the same amount of total points. It's just the priority order. Like this is the least important thing you've taken, but still important, but the least important thing.
You suck!
Middle. The notable on the bottom right circle is kind of meh. This one? I disagree. I think if you're farming blights in a private league specifically, this is actually not that bad at all. Because we're not going to be drowning in scarabs to use, especially early. We're not going to be able to just go to the market and buy 100 scarabs and then just go mapping forever, right? Like, it's not an option. I think that'll be useful. Yeah. Yoink. My tree now. What are we calling this? Blight, heist, and incursion and red altars. Blight, heist, incursion, and red altars all at once with enough map sustain to be good. That's actually quite good. I'm on board with this. Red / blight / heist / incursion. Alva. Did I miss anything? Baylor's over here just hive mind farming an Atlas trees for his next video. Yes, he is. Yeah, yes, he is. Absolutely. There's no shame in that. I don't see what the problem is. I don't see the problem. Borrowed content is good content. Stolen. Not borrowed. I'm not giving it back. Our passive trees. Our Atlas passive trees. YouTube income? Yeah, right. All $80 of it. We'll split it 300 ways. What the fuck? Hey, I got a video yesterday. I got another video today. I'm going to record another video after stream. I'm doing videos now. There's videos to do. Did you make one before stream? No, I made 2 yesterday. You didn't message me about that? Oh, I can screenshot the message to you about that. If you'd like. It's in Discord. It's there. We talked about it. Before that. In fact, when you typed, I'm going to go take a nap, it was already in the folder. Oh, he found it. We also talked about it when we were in voice. I'm taking no responsibility for that one. This might be the first time of the like 70 times he's been like, where's the video? That it wasn't my fault. 1 in 70 is not bad, right? 1 in 70 is not bad, right? Revel in the wind, Taylor. Alright, we got any more trees? I can work on my own as well. But if we've got any more trees anyone wants me to look at, we can. So I'd planned 2, and when I'd finished the first one, I uploaded the video for Dreadful. And then I was working on the second one, and then he messaged me and he was like, Baylor? And I was like, yes. And he's like, there's no audio in this video. And I was like, wait, what? He sent me a screenshot of it in Premiere or whatever the fuck it is. And it's just, this is supposed to be where the audio is. It was just literally no, there's just no audio. There's just, the OBS was just muted for the whole thing. It's just like, there's just like 15 minutes of me just talking, but without hearing anything at all. So I had to re-record that one and then record the next one. I think I just wrote, no, son of a bitch. And then I just went and recorded it. All right. Here's the next question. Generic league start trees, we've just got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 6 of, and that's great and whatnot. Is there something missing from private leagues that we wouldn't think about in a normal trade league that's perhaps something we should worry about? Vim, thank you very much for the prime. both breach and abyss are not covered at all. Neither is beasts. We can't mix those together. Well, no, we've got a beast ultimatum and ritual heist one. In your opinion, what are the most tanky builds in Ancestor League? Pathfinders and Juggernauts, same as every league. Pathfinders and Juggernauts. GG kills skeleton builds. I don't know if that's true. Melee skeletons were already trash, so it doesn't really matter what they do to that. And skeletal mages, I'm assuming, is just the trans gem. I think Syndicate Crafts. Here's a tree with blue, Jun, and harvest. Let's have a look. You decide on good names for the filters yet? Nah. What they are right now is maybe what they're staying. Okay, so we've got that, we've got a harvest. That's good. This feels like too much travel for that. I don't think that's worth it at all. Look at all this travel, and we've got like these ones right here. Right, which you could just take. There's so much travel there. In fact, there's actually so much travel there. This is wrong. We can just drop all of that. You do have to give up this for it. But I don't think you need the blocking at all. I think it's too many points. It's too big of a waste. Also, like, what are you going to block, especially in a private league? You're going to block blights, but we need blighted maps. But you could. You're going to block ritual. That's perfectly reasonable. You're not going to block ultimatum. You're not going to block delirium. You're definitely not going to block contracts. What about over here? Legions, you could block those. You'd never block that. You'd never block that. You'd never block that. You can get away with blocking that. So if this is for Trade League, you could get away with what you just did, where you went over for blocking. That's fine. Because you can block almost everything and then scarab the things that you're going to be running. If it's for a private league, you can't do any of that shit. And if you can't really invest into them by like blocking literally everything and scarabing the things you want, then it's probably not worth running them at all. That being said, whether we're doing it or not, this is still wasted. So I assume this is a tree for trade. Then, like, you're not part of the private league, which is fine. We're still working on trees for trade, but let's assume it's a tree for trade. Even if it is, 100% chance to be Jun. Well, as much as I like Jun, and I do like Jun, instead of a 25% chance to get Jun, it ends up being a 2, 3, 4, 40% chance for Jun. 40. That's not how the 100% increase works. So 25 to 40 is only, was that like 15% more often? There's a lot of points just for that. So think about it this way. There's currently 4 options. Right? There's currently 4 options. If you're doubling the chance, treat it like there are now 5 options, but 2 of them are Jun. So there are 4 options, so it's a 25 even. If we double it, there are now 5 options, but Jun is 2 of those, which means it's now 40% out of the rest of them getting 20 now, because there are 5 options total. So each option is 20%, and then this guy gets 2 options instead of 1, right? So it's not as valuable as it looks, and that's a lot of points you spent there. And also you connected the tree there twice. It's not as valuable as it looks. It's only 15% more Juns, and those are just the natural ones, which aren't where most of your shit's going to come from. Most of your shit's going to come from the extra chance to get missions, which you've already got presumably all of, and including these. So I just don't think that that's worth it. It could be worth taking this node if you also care about doing Katarinas. This is totally up to whether you care about doing Katarinas or not. If you care about doing Katarinas, which can have quite good rewards, you need to fit this in instead. So we're going to drop all of that, pick up these. That comes with a few % extra chance on completion. That's great. And you get this, which makes your Katarinas way more juicy. Way more juicy. Way more juicy and way quicker. Oh, we will need to do Katarinas, yeah. Just some of the other nodes because the tree had a bit less for early league. You're talking about the connection nodes? Yeah, I can see that. So when building a tree, you're probably right. When building a tree for a league start, my go-to rules, you don't have to follow my rules, this is just my opinions, but my go-to rules are usually to build a tree that's around 100 points, that has the ideal way you would want to set out 100 points. That doesn't mean I'd necessarily follow exactly that right away. For instance, if I was you league starting right now, I might grab just that, just to start the Jun missions, and I would probably come straight up the center, straight through Kirak, right? Grabbing that as well, maybe. Nah, probably not that. Straight through Kirak, up here, and grab Wandering Path. And use that to do progression for a while, until I was in red maps. And then I would like feed out the rest of the tree, maybe take like a few of these, take those, branch out to where you were going, just taking all the travel nodes and using it to progress. Right? That's what I would do. And then I would look at, oh, I'm in red maps. I've killed my Eater and Exarch. I'm going to drop that and start and drop this. Right? And drop this bit down the middle and use those points to get all the notables that I didn't get because I branched my tree out to everywhere that I was going. Right? That's how I do those sort of things. It means once you've done all the travel nodes, you can even start taking like the travel harvest nodes and the travel Jun nodes and the travel, just not the notables. And then once it's time, usually as soon as I get my second watchstone, drop that in a heartbeat, use those points to take every notable that you were next to, and your whole atlas changes and the way all your maps feel change and you're into the content you want. Make sense? It's a little bit less of an extreme version of what you see the races doing, because what the race is doing, it can be a little tiny bit misleading. They'll build their whole tree around instantly getting 100% connection and using that to get to Eater and Exarch as quick as physically possible. And then they stop their run there, and that's how they get some like 6 and 7 hour runs. But they stop their run there and their trees are atrocious. They were used explicitly to get to that point as quick as possible. Whereas if you do like a little bit of that, where you branch your tree to where you're going, you take wandering paths still. If you were as quick as them, maybe instead of 7 hours, it might take you 8, maybe 8.5. But what you've done is made it so that you don't instantly now need 45 regret orbs. You only need 10 orbs of whatever they're called, right? And you've already got like 6 of them from the quests you've just done. So now you only need to have found 4 unmakings. That's what they're called. You only need to have found like 4 unmakings for you to change from a progression tree to the tree you wanted. It was like a little slower, but not really a lot, right? Whereas if you do the shit that they do, you're like, oh shit, now I need like 45 unmakings. And how are you going to find that on day 1 or 2? Where are you getting 45 unmakings? Even if you're in a trade league, well, now you have to buy them and they're like 3 chaos each. Congratulations on your 150 chaos loss. Like it's not great. Otherwise, I'm happy with this for you for trade league, because you're set up to block everything you want and start scarabing. Do you want this sent back to you? Because I'm going to pull these points out for private league reasons. And then save this because it's actually not bad at all. I'm fine? Sweet. For private league reasons, we would actually drop all of that and all of that. And we would take some extra stuff. What else could I fit into this for private league reasons? So we've got betrayal covered really well. And this tree also has harvest. So betrayal and harvest are in here. What else do you squeeze in that's useful? You can't fit breaches or legions, even though we're in the right places. There's not enough room for that. Expedition's covered by a lot of the other trees. So I'm not too worried about trying to fit expedition in. Could actually just be both of those wheels and all 4 of these. It's actually a pretty good wheel. And all of that. It's actually not bad, and you'll get a lot of operative strong boxes as well. No, it's Abyss. It's Abyss. Fuck that, we need Abyss. We're very short on Abyss. Abyss has some good shit in it. Let's see if we can fit Abyss into this. We're in all the right places, and it's not as many points as something like Breach. You don't necessarily need those nodes, and you don't need these nodes. So you need them. Abyss isn't a lot of points. It looks like it, but there's no reason we don't need to be up here. This doesn't actually get us anything we care about. So this whole wheel is not important for loot reasons. If you happen to be up here, it's insanely good XP if you want to take it, but it's not necessary. This is going to be insanely expensive now. Yes, and I have a video coming out for that. Oh, we don't even need that node. Wow. Okay, hang on. Feels like LA solo this league? Yes, very. keep forgetting whose trees I'm looking at. I don't even think you need that wheel. This one's mine. Cool. I'm gonna write down people's names as I copy their trees. Or was right, yeah, right. But yours was for trade, and now I'm editing it for private league. Right. Now I'm editing what I want in it for a private league. So let's have a look at this snake and why it's not really super important. So this front bit is nice because it's chance to contain, chance to contain, chance to contain, right? That's great. But this is only 3 points for chance to contain, which is fine. It's 12% chance to contain. That's great if you're up there. Fantastic. Abysses in your map spawn 10% increased monsters for each prior abyss. We don't really care about that. It's good for XP, because Abyss is good for XP, but it doesn't give us anything we need, right? Abyss monsters have a 3% chance to spawn 100% increased monsters. Cracks have a 3% chance to spawn 100% increased monsters. Same thing there. More monsters, more monsters, more monsters. That is not more jewels, more Stygian vices, or more depths, which are the loot that matters. That is just XP. Abysses in your map that do not lead to an abyssal depth will lead to at least 3 pits. This makes your abysses longer overall, which is great. And that means we've got more mobs, which is great, but again for XP. Doesn't give us any loot. No drops, no anything we care about, just loot. Moving on. Chance to spawn additional rare monsters, rare monsters, rare monsters. Again, rare monsters come with a bit of loot. That's nice, but that's generic loot. Right? That's generic, like, mapping loot. None of the Abyss specific stuff. Again, no jewels, no depths, no Stygian vices, nothing like that. Abyss cracks have a 5% chance to spawn all monsters as magic for each prior pit. Again, just XP. Great XP, but just XP. 3% chance to be at least magic. Again, just XP, just XP, just XP. And then abyssals that lead you into the depths, that don't lead you into the depths, will lead to at least 4 pits. Well, again, just XP. This turns the Abyss cracks into really, really good XP. Like, actually quite good. I've done that. Actually quite good XP. But as far as like loot and rewards go, it's not needed for anything. It's not needed for anything at all. I love Corrupted Gaze node. I love this node, and I would take it personally. I don't think it's actually worth it, but it's worth it for fun. And like these nodes are actually good. I love it though. I love it though. I would just take it. I would just take it anyway. There's a chance you could get something so good. There's a chance for things that are so good. And that chance, even though it never happens, drives me in all things. The fact that there's a chance something good could happen is enough for me. So I would take that as well. 6 mod jewels are one of my favorite things. Right? Right? They can be so good. Imagine 6 mod poison SRS jewels. What are you going to have on them? You're going to have a knife juicy life roll, minion damage if used a minion skill recently, flat chaos, chance to poison. That's your perfect jewel. Now you get 10% minion movement speed and minion attack speed on top of that. You get attack speed and movement speed. And then you put those 6 mod jewels in your belt to double them. Insane. Insane. Or you get a jewel that just says lightning damage to attacks, cold damage to attacks, fire damage to attacks, lightning damage to bow attacks, fire damage to bow attacks, cold damage to bow attacks. So it's got 6 mods and they're all damaged. It's a fucking bow. It's a bow in a jewel socket. You're like, excuse me, this jewel is 211 elemental DPS. And you're, what the fuck? Right? Like, it can happen. That's... the fact that it can happen is enough. Okay, we're going to save that one. So that's Blue Altars, Betrayal, and... okay. Save. Blue slash harvest slash betrayal slash abyss. Is that everything? Yes. Got harvest? No, it's got harvest, hasn't it? It's funny, it's got all the harvest nodes. Oh, except these ones. Yo, it should have those ones. It should have those ones. It's fine, it's still 106. And straight into the spreadsheet full of PoE planners. Export. Get this thingy. Chuck it in. Here's that one, just in case anyone was after that specific one. Good morning from Greece. Lots of love to everyone. Quicksilver, good morning. I apologize. For some reason, Restream isn't sending YouTube chats to Twitch. So you can see them, but they can't see you. But I can see you. Morning, whoever you are. All right, that was pretty. That's a pretty good tree. Just a notch in the bedpost, but you're just a line in a song. All right. What else are we missing? What are we missing? I feel like we don't have nearly enough Legion people. And we definitely don't have Breach. We definitely need Breach covered. The Sam Sheep Soda, we do! Exclamation mark. Baylor League? I've got all the Atlas trees copied over here that we've done so far. So don't edit this page, please. And don't edit this page for now. But here, pick a column that's empty, preferably without leaving gaps. And fill in your shit. Also, I don't know what happened to this square. Guy Smiley's just got a big... I don't know what's going on there. I know you get lots of SRS questions. I was wondering how you leveled the poison version before Chalupa Uniques and 100% poison chance. That should all be covered in the build guide. Any of the build guides that have been put out so far, or also the one that will come out again this week. You just level as non-poison. I've got some different gem links and like a slightly different tree. Just level as non-poison. I know I broke it. I just didn't know how to fix it. It's alright. It's been fixed. Okay, so I think we could fit Legion and... I think we could fit Legion and Breach in the same tree. This would be a great tree for people who are building like heavy clear speed characters. Legion and Breach is like Splinter Hell. Yeah. Yeah, but you know. Morning, Anger Elbow. How you doing? What build is this? So this is just a tree. I'm just trying to build an Atlas tree for Breach and Legion farming. Whichever one of these is appropriate for you, you could take. Early on, you might want them to open and close slower, so you have more time as you're weak. And then as you get stronger, you'll be like, quicker, 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 quicker. I think you waste a lot of time on Breach earlier. I feel like Legion was better profit. It most certainly is in a trade league, but we are currently building trees for our private league league start, which means we're not as far worried about profit as we are about availability of all of the different things that a small trade league community, like small group found community, might need. And also like as many things for different styles of builds that can be done as well, right? Morning, Bill. I got a question about the SRS poison build. Would it work for the Scion Ascendancy as well? Would the DPS and gear progression be a pain? I mean, it works for anything. The build is strong enough you could do it unascended. The question is why and what would you gain over what would you lose? So you still get offerings affect you at 50% rate. You get some minion damage and you still get the attack and cast speed for the auras, right? You also get some increased area of effect. Okay. What are you taking in Scion that makes up for the things you're losing here, which is 40% skill effect duration, which is huge because that affects your summon raging spirits. 30 all res, 10% movement speed for minions. You get the damage, so that's, we're not losing that. 10% attack speed, which is somewhat important. And then this one, which is 10% physical damage reduction, 20% increased recovery rate for life and energy shield, and 20% more maximum minion life. that node alone makes it a lot easier for you to keep up with your animate guardian and shit and not let him die. So you're going to have to also counter that because you've lost 20% of your animate guardian's life. What can you take out of Scion that makes up for all of those things that you're going to lose? The answer for me is that you kind of can, but you also can't early. The answer is Forbidden Jewels. You get more passive points, which is great, and that leads you to more jewel sockets, which can lead you to be able to fit in a Forbidden set, which you really can't do as a Necromancer. But it does mean you need 3 Ascendancies from here to make up for it. In my opinion, one of them is Pathfinder, always. And the other one is either Champion for the Aura effect or Guardian for the extra shit on your auras, or Raider for suppression, movement speed, and phasing. But either way, you need a Forbidden set to make up for that. And then once you do that, I still think it ends up being just a little weaker. Even when you do a 3 set, I still think it just doesn't end up being stronger. It's just a little tiny bit behind still. Yeah, I said them in the order that I would prefer them, by the way. The third ascendancy. Like, I would have Pathfinder and Necromancer for sure. And then the order that I would prefer them would be Champion, Guardian, and Raider. I like the 3 options in order of what I think they're worth. Can you have Pathfinder and Raider? You can if one of them is a Forbidden Jewel set. You can't take both of them. One of them has to be a Forbidden set. Alright, what else does this guy fit in? The person who decides they want to do Breach and Legion can do both Breach and Legion quite easily. The answer, blue altars. That's to begin with. Wait, for Wintertide brand, does brand damage affect it only dot and multi? No, brand damage would affect it, and dot and multi, and cold damage, and damage over time, and generic increased damage. I think that's it. Brand activation frequency, I guess, as well. So this puts us at 93. We do only have... Oh, never mind. We need this. How's that going? Pretty good. Pretty good. Oh, and we need this, don't we? Yeah, we do. You probably need that early as well. So you might not want it eventually. We don't want the node here. Okay, that brings us up to 103. 102 really, because you can skip that node. Yeah. And from there, you're doing the quant wheel shenanigans, by the way. Fill out that quant wheel. Fill out that quant wheel, and then you go over the top hat. You leave the top hat till last because it makes your shit way easier. Yeah, also like this for bosses. But I wouldn't say that's an early thing that matters. These are just like league start trees. Surprisingly, despite having Altars, Breach, and Legion in, this person will be mapping quite quickly, assuming they have a build that can handle these things. Because all of these things are relatively quick, clear speed type things. I've likely been asked this 1,000 times, but there's a lot of discussion about the SRS gem change. I'm looking at Popcorn SRS build. Are we sure the 38% still applies to it? For Popcorn SRS, I am 99% sure that that 38% damage does not apply to it. I believe this is a Popcorn SRS nerf. I believe that the Elemental, Normal, and Poison and Lightning High versions are all unchanged, but Popcorn got hit. That's the way I have interpreted those. Okay, let's save this one. Blue / Legion / Breach. And that's it, right? It's Blue Legion Breach. Speed Farmer. It specifically added cold damage to attacks that won't affect it because it doesn't hit. Sorry, I'm confused by that sentence. It's complex live. You'll have to rephrase that somehow. I don't understand the question. GCP, you say vendoring 2 times 5 and 1 times 10 is a GCP in return. It's not. It's only 20% plus on a single gem that returns a GCP. If multiple gems are returned, you need 40% quality. Is that true? Hang on. I may have said that wrong. Is there any way to put little bits of text over the screen in a YouTube video that's already made? So we might need to correct that. Do I not have below 20s? Oh, I do.
What troubles you?
So 19 and 19. Oh, shit. I was unaware. I actually thought you just needed 20 total. I literally just didn't know that. Good catch and thank you.
Going?
And play solo, self-bound, or trade for next league. Generally, I always play trade. I'm doing a small private league this time. All right, back into trees. Is this a tree? No, this is the empty tree. Wait, where's the tree I was working on? Where are you? Tree I was working on? Excuse me? Is it you? Ah, it's you. This one. Hello from France. Why, hello. Any thoughts on cold SRS with the replica covenant? Yeah. I think there's a pretty good chance that it'll actually be good, and I would do it as a Guardian. Hey, here's Dread. What did you say that was wrong? At a point in that video, I claimed that you needed 20% total quality of different gems to vendor them. And I said, like, if you had 2 5s and a 10, that would be 20 and you'd get a GCP. Turns out I was wrong. I literally just had to test it in game because somebody said it. You need 40% total. You only get a GCP if it's 20% out of one gem. You need 40% total out of lesser quality gems. I was wrong. So if we can like notate above that somewhere and be like, Baylor's stupid. You need 40% total, not 20. Did you not know that? No. I actually thought it was 20. Export, get minefield, copy. So you can do it now. It's fine. At a million mirror arrow cards? Yeah, but those are 20% each. If it's 20% in one gem, you get a GCP. I didn't know that if it was in like a mixing gems that it had to be 40, because frankly, I haven't done that in years. Every word of the question above. For the type brand would added cold damage or attacks or spell scale at 2 or not? No, not at all. No added damage of any kind for Wintertide brand will affect it. It doesn't have a hit. There is no hit component. It is only a damage over time. No flat damage in any way will affect it. If your apartment's on fire, does that count as flat damage? Okay. GGG removed the ability to import atlas trees by account name. That's interesting. Why would they fucking do that? Awkward. The tree of your popcorn SRS remains the same. Yes. In fact, if you're already familiar with SRS because of me, nothing's going to change. The only information you're going to need is what to take on the new 3 trees. There's no changes to the build at all. I'll be doing another video anyway because people want updated guides and we'll update it to the updated path of building and all of that stuff. But if you're already familiar with it, you don't need to bother. You just need to figure out what to take with the new trees, which the answer is I don't know yet, but we'll work it out. I mean, the answer is the same for almost everybody that isn't an attack build. If you're not an attack build, the answer is you want to go the tree where you get the little free ascendancy bits from the whatever that is, and you want to get good shit in there. But that doesn't seem like a good league start option because I have no idea how rare those are going to be or how expensive they're going to be or anything. But you want the socketed one eventually. Imagine Poison SRS, but you've got 3 of the explode things for more clear. Insane. Insane. Or 3 flasks per second and 2 of the explode things. That'll be enough. You might think I'm happy, but I'm not gonna be okay. Okay, let's see. What else do we need? What else have we not covered in private league things. We have 3 red altars and 3 blue altars set up. We have speed progression setups. We've got beasts, ultimatums, rituals, harvest breach. Seems like we've got almost everything covered there. I don't think we have delirium. We don't, but we also don't need to cover delirium. It's just like, what are you getting from delirium that's needed? Maybe I'm wrong. Sell me on why we need a delirium farmer. Clusters. We're going to get plenty of clusters from natural delirium that just happens to everyone. You've ever done solo self-found before and not touched the delirium nodes? You end up with plenty of clusters. Jewels, the unique ones? True. I guess in my mind I don't value them because I haven't used them in a while. And there's only one that I care about, and you can get that from heist scepters anyway, which I guess not everyone can wear a scepter. Still playing Hex Blast? Probably. Is quality increases in damage per stage now? Yes. Also, you can use generic increased damage or generic damage over time. Or maybe generic spell damage? Does Wintertide Brand have that thing on that says its damage over time is affected by spell damage? Most of them do. It increases in reduction to cast speed applied to activation. If that's still on the new line, if that's a line still on the new skill, that'll matter. And it's already a spell anyway, so spell damage should scale it as well. Modifiers the spell damage is under there too. Where is it? Am I blind? Oh, there it is. Modifiers to spell damage apply to this skill's damage over time. Yep, cool. I don't know how that works in the end game or how good it'll be in the end game, but I will tell you leveling with Wintertide Brand. Mwah. Smooth, fun, great. Speaking of lands, did they nuke that junk build? Not that I saw. Alright, so let's say we need a delirium farmer. What else are we sticking in with delirium? I feel like delirium ultimatum is a bad move. Is it? Sorry for the spam questions and trying to build a league for next league. Don't be sorry for asking questions. That's literally like 50% of my job, answering questions. Ask as many questions as you got. The answer's beyond, right? How long is the private league going to last? I don't really have an answer because I've never done a private league before. I have no interest in joining the trade league unless my private league dries the fuck up and nobody's playing it anymore. So I'm going to say at least a month, but I won't abandon it if there are still people playing. How long's a piece of string? twice as long as it is half as short. What is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? How'd you pull up after the wheel? I got busy and didn't get to punish you anymore. Oh, I was fucked. No, I was so bad. Okay, hang on. There might be people here who don't know what happened. We should start at the beginning. At the beginning of September, I had planned on running it for the whole of September. I didn't. I ran it for one day. There's a reason. We'll get to that. We put up an exercise wheel that would have a bunch of stuff. This is what it looked like. You can only see the top of it now because I didn't scroll right. But there's like a little wheel there. It has a whole wheel full of exercises. We could, every time someone subbed, I would have to go work out in, oh, I don't have it set up anymore. But there was a mat over there, like a workout mat, and I'd have to go do the thing. And so you could just sub and force me to go do some exercise from the wheel. And I thought, I've dropped 24 kilos. I've been going on walks. Surely I'll be able to do this now. Turns out, no, by the way. So we did that for the whole day. By the end of the day, I'd rolled that thing somewhere between 60 and 70 times. I don't know. Somewhere between 60 and 70 times by the end of the first day. The first day. There are clips of me going to walk over to the mat and my like legs giving way under. There were clips of me like crawling back over the floor back to my chair because I couldn't stand, and like crawling my way back up under the chair. And so I was done. By the end of the first day, I was absolutely done. Like muscle failure done. And I thought, this is going to hurt for a few days. This will be pretty bad. This will hurt for a few days. Turns out it was way worse than that. 5 minutes after stream, I went to go take a leak. It took me like 5 minutes to walk myself over to the bathroom, take a leak. Got that done. Walked over to the sink, washed my hands. Got that done. Didn't make it to the towel rack to dry my hands. In the bathroom, legs gave way. Just fell out from under me. This is not a like, oh, the pain is so bad I can't put up with it deal. I can handle pain. I can just ignore pain. Pain is just in my brain. It's not important. I can ignore that. I can do things anyway. It just hurts. Oh well, that's how it is. That isn't what happened. What happened is my legs said, no, I don't want to be legs. I don't want to be legs anymore. And I just fell to the floor and literally couldn't get up. There was nothing left in them. I tried for about 5 minutes to just stand. Could not get off the floor. They would not work. Spent 10 minutes slowly shuffling on the floor out of my bathroom and down the hallway so that I could yell upstairs at other people in my house to have them come downstairs and help me get up. I needed assistance. I could not walk. By the following day, I still couldn't walk, and all of my sides and arms and shoulders and chest were also sore. I couldn't do that either. I had to have somebody put my coffee in a sippy cup because I couldn't lift a coffee cup to my mouth without spilling it. So I had to sippy cup my coffees. I had to take a day off stream. I could not function. By day 3, I could walk small distances with a walking stick and something to hold on to, like a wall or a bench, and small distances just like shovel with a walking stick. This is by day 3. I still streamed on day 2 and day 3 of the recovery, just only for like 6 hours. And there are like, I don't know if there are clips of it, but there was like me getting up and I would turn really slowly and then it would be like, oh. And then like sometimes I'd fail to get up. And then when I eventually got up, it was like, oh, it was like that. And then it was like, find a walking stick that was near me. And then like slowly move like this. It was really, really bad. I absolutely could not function. I had worked out to the point of failure, and it really was embarrassingly easy to get to the point of failure. Embarrassingly easy to get to the point of failure. Yeah, sure, okay, I spun the wheel maybe 70 times, but that was over the course of a few hours, and honestly, I'm shocked by how easy it was to get to that. Like, it was so bad. So, yeah. If your legs were shaking before I maxed the wheel for an hour, I knew that was coming. I was not expecting failure like that. I was expecting sore. I knew I'm not fit, but I know that in the last like 6 months, I've dropped like 25 kilos. I've been going for walks regularly, and I had just started like a few weeks ago doing some light weight exercises to try and like get my body back in shape. And I thought I would be better than this because I'm already like so far, like I've dropped a lot of weight. Like I've dropped a lot of weight. And I thought, I knew I was going to be really sore, but I didn't realize that I was going to be the point of failure. I didn't realize it was going to be that bad. Are you going to do it again? Yeah. Yeah, it got me like 50 or 60 subs in one day on the worst month of content creation. Like, it got me, it's the reason I'm pretty close to 400 here, which is like the magic number. If I never fall below 400 ever, then I can quit my IRL job that I do 30 hours a week. If that never falls below 400, if its worst part is 400 and it goes up from there but never falls below 400, that's the time when I can quit my IRL job. So yeah, what wheel? It's a wheel I made. Hang on. It's this one right here. We're not using it, but I will show you what it was. Hang on. Interact. I need to like scroll
Get your magic
down.
phone characters ready.
How do you scroll? I don't know how to make it fucking scroll through OBS. Hang on. We'll open it up more. Nope, that's stretching. Let's not do that. Why won't it show me below that? Why won't it show me below that? Okay, well, it's this thing. You can see the top half of it. I don't know. It's not worth fixing. But you can see the top half of it right there. And what you would do is you would spin the thing, and then whatever it came up with, it would make me do. And then you'd spin it again, etc., etc., etc. That's the wheel. The wheel of pain. Weo, thank you very much for the prime. Said 25 kilos, great job. What's the goal? I started at 130. I was 130 kilograms when ExileCon was announced. I was 106 when I went to ExileCon. The goal was to get under 100, so I actually failed. I came back and I was 110 after ExileCon. So I put on weight when I went back there, but that was expected. I'm back to 105 now, just 1 kilo further than I was before. The goal is to maintain under 100. I don't really care about being super fit. That's not a thing. I'm not trying to look like Mathel. I'm actually quite happy having a dad bod. I'm quite happy having the dad bod physique. That's fine. There can be a little bit of a belly there. I do not need to be fit man. Like, that's not me, and also that's too much work to maintain. But I would be happier if I wasn't obese, which is what I was. And if at that time when I was 130, if I walked up the stairs too fast, I was out of breath. That's uncomfortable. I did go, I'm not going to get into the details, but when I was 130, I went on a small trip to visit a person, and we had a lot of intimate actions over the course of the weekend. And when I got back, the muscles in my stomach and also butt were so sore, I struggled to walk for a few days. That's not a comfortable thing to happen when nothing happened to me. Like nothing was happening to my butt. What I mean is I was using my bust muscles during those activities so much that I couldn't use them anymore. It hurt. That's what led to beginning to weight loss. That's part of the, actually, you need to be fitter than this. You actually need to be fitter than this. If you can't complete bedroom activities without sweating so much it's unattractive, maybe get more fit. I would pleased to announce that that is no longer a problem and I can maintain those activities again. And I would like to continue getting a little more fit, losing a little more weight, be under 100. Be under 100, maintain that level of fitness. Okay, that's my goal. That's where that is. I'd like to maintain that level of fitness. Those activities can last 40 minutes to an hour and a half. And I have to be able to be present for those and not need a break and a relaxing lie down in the middle of it, right? Okay? 40 minutes to an hour and a half of those sort of activities is relatively standard. I would like to be able to maintain presence in that window of time. I'm pleased to announce that I can complete those activities. I'm actually crying. Well, I felt like crying when I couldn't. Since that's a pretty large part of my life and has been for a long time. And then for a few months nothing was going on, and then something was again, and then all of a sudden I couldn't perform the way I had expected myself to. Not the little dude. He could still perform. He wanted to. The rest of my body went, fuck off. This is too much exercise. Go have a nap, fatty. And like, that's not what I was after. That's not the experience I was trying to give. That's not nice. So that needed to be addressed. Like, are you gonna do evolutionary perspective? From an evolutionary perspective, you're responding to the event correctly. Yep. Little bro was in Apex Predator mode. Big brother was like, nah, fam, this ain't happening. Right? One of the bigger things that put me onto weights is, how do I say this without getting demonetized on YouTube? One of my moves that has been discussed and agreed to beforehand would involve lifting somebody off the ground with one hand. And I realized a few months ago I was no longer capable of doing that. And I have been capable of doing that my entire life. And what is really, really attractive to a person who is in that, on the other side of that, is when you can do that comfortably. And what is really, really unattractive and does not work is when you go to do that, struggle, and then fail. That doesn't put them in the state of mind that I was trying to. When you go to do that and you can't, it's better if you didn't try, okay? It's way better if you didn't try. And I've been able to do that my entire life. It's been one of my moves and I like it, and I realized I couldn't. And that's not an okay move either. If you can't do it, don't try. I've put weights into my workout schedule, okay? Weights have been in my workout schedule now, and they're going to stay there. We need to bulk that muscle back up. This is not about being gym fit. This is about failing the move, all right? I feel sorry for your partner. One, I don't have an actual partner, like a girlfriend or a boyfriend. I don't have. If I did, if I was going to talk about what happened with that particular person, it would only be with their permission. Turns out, by the way, consent is the sexiest thing you can do. Anything I talk about with other people, I have already cleared that I'm allowed to talk to them. I'm allowed to talk about that. There are a lot of stories about bedroom activities that have happened here. And there are a lot that will never happen here because I either didn't get permission at the time or can't contact them to get permission, and therefore the stories don't get told. I don't know how the CDR on the Absolution Gem, the 6-second attack looks like less damage. I've only played Dominating Blow. I haven't actually played an Absolution build. Dominating Blow's Big Slam was more damage, so the CDR on that should be great. But I don't know about Absolution. A Yearty. A Yearty? A Yearty. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. Did they ever let you know that some of the more common bob filters were hidden on the private league filter? Might be something you keep visible a little longer, or at least consistently stock up on. Yes, you did, and that will not be a problem in this next private league because there'll be a private league module specifically to keep items that we should keep picking up out of the normal pool of like get hidden or not get hidden things. There'll be a specific module that'll pull out those specific like cards and uniques that are maybe things we would normally hide that shouldn't be. Which of the 3 presented additional ascendancies do you feel is the best? And how do you think the ability to build boss specters will change the summoner meta? Oh boy. Oh boy. First of all, the one that has 3 customizable like slots to put things in is always going to be the best. The one that has charms, that's going to be the best. That's going to be the absolute best in almost every case. The cases where it won't be is probably something to do with attack with weapons. The little flask, not flask things will have some reasons to use that over the charms one, but the charms one is going to be min-maxed for most people. However, it's probably not going to be the one you start with because you're going to need good shit to put in there. And as far as how boss stuff is going to change the meta of specters, I don't think it's going to at all. I'm really, really sad about this part, but with current specters, the way they are, as a solo player, even your very tanky utility specters die at a reasonably often rate. And those are the very, very tanky ones. This isn't a huge problem because you just go to your hideout, desecrate a new one. And they don't die like every map, so it's fine. But that's the tanky ones. For instance, the Hydra Spectre that was shown to us that looked very, very cool, it was explicitly said that they have quite low life pool. And we can't desecrate them. And we need to find the item, buy it again. And they expect it to be rare enough that they were thinking that if they were used, that you would still be paying a divine or two for them. Which, at that point, they're worthless. They're going to die. They're going to die, and you are not going to be able to desecrate them, and you are not going to be able to keep them alive. They're worthless. They're worthless. It doesn't change the meta of Spectres at all. You still can't play them. The Spectre support that we currently have rules them out as any usable thing. They were nerfed too many times. Not to mention they disappear every time you change gear. Not just change gear, if you have to craft on a piece of gear, you got to take it off, put it in the crafting bench. Oh no, your Spectres are unsummoned. You accidentally weapon swap and there was 18 strength on a shield. Oh no, my shit's unsummoned. You get a new helmet and you want to move your Spectres from your chest to your helmet. There's no way to do that without new ones. You get a new chest piece and you go, oh yeah, this new chest is way better than my old chest. And you think, oh, I don't want to unsummon my Spectres. So you go to town instead of doing it in your hideout. And then you just mess up a little bit and you don't put the Spectre in the exact same slot on the new chest that it was in the old chest, even though it's still in the chest. And then you go back to your hideout and, oh no, your Spectres are gone. Is there any way to get them back? Nope. Go buy 5 more of the 1 or 2 divine Hydra Spectre body so that you can summon 5 more of them again because you have 5 Spectres. No, it's not happening. It's just no good. There is no Spectre support. It just doesn't. It's just not a thing. I'm sad about it. I like Spectres. I want them to be good again. But couldn't care about minion clicks. I just want an AFK map. Almost every build I've ever built is all about automation. As much build automation as I can possibly get. That's what I always want. It's what I will continue to want. You don't have to like that playstyle. That's perfectly fine. But it's still a valid playstyle. But can you stand in a blight AFK? I'd like to. I just suspect the sucker. Look what Snap's doing. I don't have to click that. I was talking to them about it beforehand. A few weeks, actually. Spectres suck for one reason. They die. Do you know what's a really good way to make them not die? Put 4 supports with them. Give them 2,500 resistances, 40,000 armor, 3 or 400 extra, 3 or 4,000 extra regen. Put them on consecrated ground. Make everything frozen all the time. Curse everything with temp chains. Curse everything with enfeeble. Have a mana guardian standing next to them, etc. Give them block. Give them all of your flasks. Like, how to fix Spectres. Put them in a 6-man party. Yeah. And even with that, that is still the lowest DPS that Snap's party has ever had with their carry. Which is still more DPS than what they need. They'll actually go fine. It's going to be fantastic. I'm just saying, like, numbers-wise, It's quite low on the DPS for a 6-man party. Which is fine, because the content they need to run doesn't even need the amount of DPS they've got. They're still way over. They'll be fine. But, you know, see what I'm saying? Okay, so this is what you need for delirium, full delirium. I'm thinking in a private league, we normally don't even take this wheel. I'm thinking in a private league, we do take this wheel for the bosses. Do we need these? You can't get delirium orbs to drop. So we don't need those. We could get more clusters. Probably worth it. This is where you need this. We could get rid of that one. That. We don't need that. We do need this. So that's only 77 points. So what else would somebody doing delirium farming want to do? Actually, with delirium farming, something you specifically want to do is block a lot of content. The top left deli side can lose the left side. Do you mean this one? What do you mean this one? Just splinter stack size. Yeah, you're right. That can go. Is Expedition still worth it if you don't plan on running logbox only selling them? Yes. Growing hordes is really nice for pack size, but in a private league, we're not going to have enough spare scarabs around for people to be running growing hordes, at least not right away. Doing a list of all the gems out yet? No. This. Because lol private league. The Abyss Snake for extra monsters. I don't think it's worth it without having taken all the other Abyss nodes. It would make each Abyss you find really good, but you're not going to find very many Abyss nodes without having all the other Abyss node things, right? I think I spoke against blocking earlier, but I actually think Delirium is one of the ones where blocking things is appropriate. Not that. But that is where you would block that, and that, and that, and that. Maybe not that. Certainly not that. Maybe you don't block heist. Yeah. Especially since I've taken those. Probably can squeeze that in as well. Actually, fuck that. Heist people sneak in beyond. That's what they sneak in. If we can. Can we fit in beyond? No. Nope, that's pushing it too much. Now we're close to the Abyss Chance node, though. Could be very, very good. If you do that, you can't block Abyss. Probably block Sacred Grove. Do not look at keyed into it. It's fine. Block Expedition because you're not keyed into that. That's fine. The Reckless and the League mechanic is going to be a nice interaction. Yes. So this is Endless Fog. The fog never goes away. Obviously, I think we just leave that out. We call that 104. And when you make it past that, if you're doing that, you take all this shit to pump Abyss up more. Just running a couple of normal labs and clicking the plus quality gem outcome enough to overcome the lack of GCP recipes. I actually don't know. It's been so long since we've had to worry about GCPs at all. That I've never even, like, most of the time I have anything below 14% quality hidden by like the end of day one. So I have no idea. You mentioned the Cemetery Union card. I actually didn't, but that is a pretty decent one. What's your plan on League starting? Right now, still Hexblast mines. But I have a bunch of different ideas for like 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 15th builds that I want to run. It's raining men. That has to be one of them for sure. That has to be one of them for sure. How would you not do the It's Raining Men build? I think this is it. Can you set up a specific example when the gem is falling when you feel that? I don't know. What would you name it? What would you want the sound to be? No, I know what you want the sound to be actually. You want it to be boom. Quick question, Poison SRS still okay? 98% sure that it's almost untouched. Perfectly good. I've got a video out about it. Second last video came out yesterday. Can't be 100% until we get official word, but I'm pretty sure it's fine. double connected in the top left. Yeah, we're not. Yeah, it's fine. Just realized. Can we pull together? Nope, it's right here. But it's on the list. We'll be getting rid of that as well. What's on Icicle Mine, League Start, or EA? I mean, EA's should be pretty good. I don't know anything about the Icicle Mine start. I know it's usually a Deadeye, and I know some people have great success with it, but I think it's more of like a niche specific thing. I'm thinking if they remove the more damage and I put it on the base damage, then it should be the same. Yes. That is also my thinking and how I interpreted it. It should be fine. Mainly for orbs, the reward tiles are much better to go with Endless Fog. So... yes, it's sometimes for orbs, and that would be a different setup. What we're worried about in the private league isn't necessarily having orbs for other people or to sell, but it's having access to more cluster jewels and the specific unique clusters and whatnot that it drops. Oh my god, did you see this Mountain Dew thing? Oh my god, is it another thing like the Sprite thing? The Dreadful snuck in? Is that a thing? I didn't watch that one yet. Universe the cards contained between 20 million and 6. Was a long way, but I feel like I'm a long way from stopping it altogether. Yeah, that's fair. I'm not gonna lie, if that showed up in my chat, I would ban it. Is your filter going to be set up for the private league or for trade? For trade, always. Always softcore trade, whether I'm playing it or not. All my filters will be set up for softcore trade. I will have a separate module that we will apply to private league people who are playing in my private league. But the normal 3 filters that are normally for softcore trade will still be softcore trade. Just woke up, is Hex Blast still the plan? For now, yeah. League start to red maps still good. Yes, league start to red maps will be great. The league start to red maps one is basically usable for everyone in all leagues, even a solo self-found thing but like it will very quickly become too much loot even in a private league. So let's see. In your opinion, which build can be boosted this league? I don't really know what that means. You tried out golems and a guardian at some point last league? I did, but I think I did it wrong. It didn't perform very well, but I think I made mistakes. Okay, safe. What are we calling this? Permadeli / red altar / heist. That's pretty much it, right? Emblem cooking Necro or Cold Guardian. It's hard to not want to make an elementalist when you're doing a golem run. It's real hard. So with that bugged armor from standard, the one with fire resistance of 24, 34 to 43 plus armor, are you invincible or doesn't help? I mean, invincible, nothing's really invincible. It's a lot of armor. It's a lot of fire resist, which you can use to get way more defenses. But I don't know if I'd call it invincible. Alter heist, export, get minefield, copy. There we go. I've been trying to kick the banner off your ad. Yeah, I was clicking it off to begin with, but when you get rid of them, oh fuck. When you get rid of them, sometimes they have things. Sometimes they have crosses, and when you get rid of them, it just leaves this big square there that's like, why did you not want to see this ad? And I'm like, because it's in my fucking way. All right, go away. Just get a golem node from the Affliction Ascendancy and then run Necro. Easy. Ever seen an ad on that page? I don't have an ad blocker on right now at all. All right, I think that's like everything. So we've got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We've got like 9 different atlas trees set up. Not that anybody needs to use any of the atlas trees that we've got, but at least there's some options there if you don't know what the fuck to do. Woo-woo! Hi, buddy. Alright, hang on. I'll be back in just 1 sec. Alright, buddy. What's up? What are we barking at? Oh. Biscuit has opinions. He's just upset about Spectres. Biscuit misses Spectres as well. Oh, no, he doesn't want to. If you reach for him to pat, he runs away. Then he comes back over. I'm brought up, but I just got here. The wisps that follow you from the Underdark, you clear the area besides where. Will that become a strat? So, I don't know. I don't know. I did, however, quickly make a sandwich. They said it wouldn't work in the QA. I don't remember that. I remember them talking about the shouts make your mobs drop loot not working. Are you sitting there really politely because you want a small piece of toast? Is that what's happening, buddy? He loves toast crust. Come on. Come here. Good boy. You want it? Don't know what's up with him today. He doesn't want to come near anybody. Not just me. He's been like backing away from people that try to pat him. Don't know why. He still wants the toast though. My buddy's name is Biscuit. He's a very little, very cute dog, but today he's not feeling very friendly. I'm not going to force him to come and let me hold him so I can show everyone. If he's not feeling friendly. I'm gonna get myself killed with my own exercise wheel of death. 1 spin per death. Alright. The dog is just cranky because he wants to play Affliction that he has to wait. That's fair. Okay. I don't think there's any more trees that I need to build. Especially these trees somewhere. On the private league, you can access them. Yes, it's everything is there on the spreadsheet. If you're not in the private league, just don't like fill out the spreadsheet with your details. But on the second tab there, all the Atlas trees are listed. But not if I make it, when I make it. They will all be in the description of the video. Where is the spreadsheet posted? Right there, under that link that Chad's just put up. It's this sheet right here, where this is where everyone's signing up for the private league. But you don't have to be in the private league to see it. And you can come over here and grab any of the trees. Kiwi planters, just there on the second tab. Is it reasonable to expect Mjolnir and a Prism Guardian to be available in the private league? Yes, but not immediately. Like if you need it in the first day or two for your build to function, those are rare enough that you might not get them. But if you need them as like parts of progression of your build, they're common enough that they'll definitely be around eventually. Like a few days in, there'll definitely be some of those hanging around. Good question. I'd like to hear your opinion on the Heat Shiver nerf. I was here for an data. Seems nerfed really deeply after Heat Shiver. It is a pretty substantial nerf to Heat Shiver. I think it's probably about time. That needed nerfing probably a while ago. It was way too strong. I think it's a little unfortunate that it probably wasn't enough of a nerf to stop people like ZHP ice trappers and whatnot from insta-killing bosses, but it was enough of a nerf that lesser builds that like used it to get a bunch of damage but were only just good enough are now trash. But it is what it is. So I'm also going to save this tree, which is just bare bones speed progression. It's just literally the like speed progression as quick as you can. Bare bones. It got the 100% completion bonus and the Kirak stuff. That's it. So I'm also just going to have that one saved so that it can exist. Nope. That's bear like a bear. Is it spelled differently? We'll just say basic. Import, export. Get mini field fled, whatever the fuck it is. There we go. I need a faded connection episode to listen to right freaking now. Next episode will be 22 hours before league start. So like the day before. All right. Am I done with Atlas trees? I think I'm done with Atlas trees. Time to background PoE play some shit. Do the SRS guide again this league? Yes. Absolutely. I have to delete all these characters at some point.
Stay sharp out there.
You send those guild invites? I didn't even know there were guild invites needed. And we're gonna find that doc. Just exclamation mark Baylor League. They'll be in their own document after I actually make a thing video. I only mentioned twice and people in chat also said it. I didn't see.
Quickness of body and sharpness of mind.
Baylor blind as a bat.
Yours is a predatory profession. The business
I can invite anyone now that I'm tabbed into game. Do you expect SRS to deal with ultimatum well? That's a good question. I actually expect SRS to struggle with ultimatum quite a bit until you go poison. I think once you go poison, it will be fine. And before you go poison, it will be a struggle.
Already dead.
Dangerous Guardian killed all bosses in 7 days. I never did that before. I think I'll link start with them again. Yep. That's fine. Frankly, SRS Guardian is stronger than SRS Necromancer until you can make the poison change. That's when Necro becomes better. But if you can't make the poison change, Guardian's better. So if it's either a small enough event or a small enough league that you don't think you'll have time to go poison, or you don't care how strong you'll be in a week, you need to be strong today and don't care about like re-leveling or doing a different thing later, then Guardian's better. Guardian has the smite animate Guardian 2 now. So does the Necromancer. Now, there's a chance that there's a good chance that replica covenant might make it so that the Guardian holds up to poison and doesn't actually fall off. And I'm very interested to see how that plays out. That might be quite good.
Get your magic find
but I wouldn't
characters ready.
rely on it. Flexia, thank you for the gifted sum. Just saw a video using Diala and Ashes enhanced to reach 120% quality. Isn't that really strong for next league? Yes. That is very strong.
Stay sharp out there.
I saw what Lion Eyes watched.
+1 to all chaos at the vendor for an alk. Rip.
God hasn't abandoned us.
Purge group call conversion with the replica covenant. You can't override skill gem conversions, so there's no point in trying to covenant change them. Also, you're going to have anger and wrath as flat auras on your elemental, on your guardian anyway. So it's not going to be a cold SRS. It's going to be a elemental SRS that's cold heavy because of the level 29 gem, but it's still going to be elemental.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
RF is dead, don't get your hopes up. I don't know about that actually anymore. I was on the RF is dead train yesterday as well. I'm not sure about that anymore. It's certainly not as easy to start as before, and it's certainly not what I would call like a noob-friendly starter anymore. But if you really enjoy it, I don't think it's dead. It's not the noob build anymore? No, certainly not.
I'm impressed by how much this place wants me dead.
Transgem for it. I think all RFs are probably Inquisitors now. I think Chieftain and Jug are out of the question. At least for any version of League start. And you're going to need to be able to make money for investments. You'll need it. How would you level a poison? Pathfinder to go poison concoction to a wasp nest? Yeah, probably. Slams received a cool buff. I love it. I don't even like slam builds, but there were only 2 things in all of the patch notes. Really? There's only 2 things in it this time that make me go, what the fuck were you thinking? Which is really good because in the past, it's been like half the patch notes is like, what the fuck are you thinking? There's only 2 things in the patch notes that make me feel like, what the fuck is going on in the entire patch notes, which is quite a good rate. One of them is why, under any circumstance, would you do to RF what you just did to RF? That feels real weird. It wasn't very good. It wasn't very strong. It was just good enough, and it was a really safe noob build. Why do this? Why make it difficult? Why make it... It really wasn't that strong or overpowered. It doesn't make any sense. The other thing is, throughout the entire patch notes, there is this theme of removing crappy quality that's like, here's 10% damage or here's 20% damage, and replacing it with things that matter. Throughout the whole patch notes, things that matter, quality became really interesting. Quality became better in almost every single aspect, and if not directly better, then at least interesting in a way that might change the way you build something. Except every single one of the mines supports or mine gems that lost their throwing speed, the utility that you want out of them, and gained worthless 10% increased damage qualities, 1% increase per 2 quality on them, which is the exact opposite of the entire rest of the patch notes. And that confuses me. Why? Why would why? The whole rest of the patch notes was about removing the shit interactions. And then now you got this one. Then you got this one. Why? Why?
Farewell.
I'd almost stop. God hasn't abandoned us.
Got a job?
It's very confusing. Those are the only two things in all the patch notes that like don't make sense to me.
Farewell.
Yes?
Where are you?
God hasn't abandoned us.
Oh, I haven't seen what the real decoding was of the cipher. It looks like it's been bucked by a factor of 10. It looks really good. I haven't seen anyone having that decoded. Twink? No? No, this is League start stuff.
With every death, I live a little bit more.
As soon as I go from the League mechanic, yep.
Play dead. Good doggy.
I don't know why the Rotbix official thinks it's got a list of commands, but it doesn't. Ignore that one. It was one of the things I was looking into to try and get both chats in the same chat before I settled on using Restream.io. But the way Restream.io's behaved today makes me think maybe it ain't the one, and maybe I should look again.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
I'm already wondering how Affliction can go core and keep us the extra ascendancies. I'll wait until I play it before I beg for that. It could also just be testing how we use certain things when it comes to like PoE 2, for instance. Actually, I say it could be testing. I'm pretty sure anything and everything that gets added is some form of testing for the future right now. Like everything. Because why wouldn't you?
A Sotto!
Yes? Goodbye.
Yeah, Crazy Pearl Siphon is, yeah. Yeah, it's not the only one either. There's a lot in there.
Yes? Goodbye.
Welcome.
Any good 3-link? Yeah. Boom. Nailed it. We're good. Damn it. Can't split currency while it's closed.
Welcome.
That's a quality of life update I'm looking forward to. Yo, actually, speaking of, the amount of quality of life shit they've produced this league is also quite high. I just keep forgetting about it because like the patch notes and the changes are so good. Like the other stuff. But some of those quality of life stuff's been pretty fucking good too. I mean, I guess we should see how / if it works before we praise it as good. But it looks good. It's also great how they're dealing with the metamorph currency tab, or just changing it into an ultimatum currency tab. It does seem appropriate. I mean, it's either that or refund everybody. I hate to say it, but it seems like there's a lot more manpower put into this league than previous ones. There certainly was. Not that I have any knowledge of that, but absolutely. Like, there's just so much more going on this league. There's just so much more going on this league. Catalysts are going to be very expensive. Catalysts are just going to come from ultimatum. I can't really speak to whether they've altered the rarity intentionally or not, or whether they've tried to put it roughly at the same spot as we were getting before. Who knows?
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Ancestral projector should be easier to get. We're going to need a source on that. In the past, we could target farm it by going to Thane's Laboratory. Now, you did have to go out of your way to go to Thane's Laboratory and target farm it, but now it's been put in the core pool. We can't target it at all. Which might be fine if it's like a tier 2 or a tier 3 unique. What if it's a tier 0 unique? I have no idea where it's going to be. What build are we practicing? Hex Blast. Which will start as Stormblast Mine and then go into Pyroclast Mine and then become a Hex Blast Mine build when I've got the gear. Hopefully on the first day. Hopefully we'll have that on the first day. Oh, whoops. Ship build restart. Actually, though.
The tail of
Yeah, it is probably worth mentioning that it's still fine, right? Like each of us still pretty good. Like it's still 30%. It's still that 100%
between man and monster.
became 30%, but it had two things.
In prison.
Hang on.
He crossed that line long ago. A big lad, and as you know from Hillock, big lads are slow. Hit and run, that's the way to cut them down to size. Unless there's thaumaturgy in
Per 1% chill on the enemy, so that used to be 40. Well, that is still 40, right? And then this used to be 100. So it used to be 140? And is now 70? Or was max chill 30? Or 60? I don't know what max chill was, actually. Max chill is 30? Okay, so it used to be 130 then. And now it's 60 instead of 130. So that's as extra, right? So that's as extra. So let's say it was 130, you were dealing 230% damage. Now it's 60 instead. So that's 100 and we're dealing 100 and 230% instead of no, we're dealing 200, 130 and 30, 160, right? So we're dealing 160% damage instead. It's not that bad. Like, it's really not that bad. Like, it's really actually not that bad at all. Like, that's still going to be used in a lot of builds. That is not the classic GGG triple hit, I'm going to delete this item, it's not worth using. That's like a balanced take where it feels okay. I don't know about many cases, but it is no longer like the default only option. There are now other things that might be able to compete with it in those builds. Which, isn't that the goal? About the league mechanic has some good value. So these are all league start builds for the public. And while I agree, ghosted, dusted rares will push a shit in on 99% of people in most builds as a league start. I don't think that's safe. I won't discourage people who really know what they're doing from taking it. Fuck, I might take it depending on how my league start build actually goes, but I'm not gonna like provide that. Has RF been buffed? Am I reading that right? No. So, well, it's certainly been nerfed early, and it's certainly been nerfed in league start situations, and it's certainly been nerfed if you're a Juggernaut or a Marauder. For other versions of it, life stacking specifically, and especially the energy shield stacking version of it, it got a massive buff. But it's definitely a lot harder to start now. It's different. I don't know if we can even call it a nerf or a buff, because it's both depending on what versions you are running. Basically, you've got people like Pox unhappy with it.
Just need a moment.
And people like Captain Lance, who ran like, you know, higher budget, min-maxing energy shield stacking versions, really happy about it. So it's a little of both. It's nerf for some people and better for others. I think it's a net negative. I think it's a bad change so far, but I also don't feel very strongly about it. Like, Like, I think it's bad,
I scare myself.
but not like the death of the skill bad. I just think it's a poor choice. Anything on the private league sign up will be. There's already a spreadsheet you can enter, fill out all you like. As far as when they actually allow us to sign up to a private league,
It moves like a
like
killer, yet
in the game, I don't remember exactly when that happens, but it's usually 1 or 2 days before the league starts. It has to be after the old league ends for some reason. Something spaghetti code, I don't know. It's because the website was built in the 80s. That's my assumption. That's an overstatement, but the idea stands.
Your crime is trespass. Your sentence is death.
Big just means more places to stick a blade.
Out of a starters, but lazy build. Lazy playing habits. Yo, lazy builds with lazy playing habits is literally like my niche and most favorite thing about this game. Don't be shitting on lazy builds. They're the best. I want all of the skill and effort to have been put into the path of building.
we are blessed.
Figuring out how the thing works. I want it to play itself in game.
Stay sharp out there.
What little
So
help
auto
we
bombers,
can
love them. Spectres, when they were good, loved them. Righteous Fire, love it. Death's Oath, love it. Auto bombers are fantastic. Those sort of things. Those are great. If I have to press a button, I don't want to have to press more than one
We are
button.
blessed.
Greetings.
The second button should be a movement skill. Explode Totem build seems fun. It was in Crucible League when it worked. When it existed. It doesn't exist anymore.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Death's Oath could be quite a good build right now. Ooh. Keep filled in. Nice. Alright, so there, what happens there? They do not
The one making the ghosts.
stack.
Someone
I do not know. I assume the highest damage one overrides, but they don't stack. You can still only have like 10 stacks of corrupting blood no matter how you apply them. If I'm going full sanctum slash bossing, what role should I put? If you can't find the role, you can actually just type in that field, whatever you want. You can just type like sanctum runner if you want to. I don't know what to play. How would you like me to help? Are you joining us in the private league? What are you doing? What content do you want to do? Make RF not bad? Easy. Start as an Inquisitor. You're playing an RF Inquis. You'll be fine. Trust. The convention I was able to help with hand pain. Yes, a lot. Probably lowered my hand pains while playing PoE by around about 80%. They were incredibly helpful.
Friend stuck.
I do have a link for them at exclamation mark gloves for transparency's sake there, that I do get a cut of those sales just so that like you know what's going on. Oh god, I haven't gone downstairs yet. I'm just talking to Fairgraves. But I was selling those gloves for about 2.5-3 years or something before they even put in an affiliate program. They're just really, really good and I believed in them, and then they put in an affiliate program and I was like, well, I'm already selling them. I might as well make some money. Hawk said leveling as RF won't be that bad, but once you get to the red maps, this way it's scary. Yeah. Look. I don't really know enough about Righteous Fire to like really tell you what's going on. I do know it's no longer just an easy noob friendly go-to build that you should just hand to everyone. That's not the case. It is certainly going to be harder to progress now, but I don't know if it's really a nerf because you can get it to do far more damage than it did before, but it's just not as easy to get there. So Oxide determined lands yesterday. They came to the conclusion it might be fine, but also copium for the new Transfigure gem. Yeah, what if the Transfigure gem says like 50% instead of 70% life scaling, but gets like half the damage back or something? That would make it pretty good. I'm guessing they weren't the ones to pick the code. No, but I wanted to make the code BalorMage, and they were like, you can't use your name. And I was like, excuse me? Don't tell me what to do. I'll tell you what the new fucking code is. And then I typed it in and hit enter and was like, okay. Worked. League says it's all good. Yeah, this is exactly what we have asked for. We asked for a meta shakeup. I've been asking for meta shakeups for over a year. Like, meta shakeups come with the build you've ran 100 times that was really good is now trash. Good luck, have fun, enjoy the new shit. Like that's what comes with a meta shakeup. It doesn't mean every single thing that was good got nerfed, but a lot of the really good things got nerfed, and a lot of the things that are still good, that were good before, have to be changed. The way we build them have to be changed. For instance, lightning arrow is still going to be fine, but the way we built lightning arrow doesn't work anymore. Your rage lightning arrow on day 1 or 2 that was just like screaming around with its rage, that doesn't exist. You're not putting the rage stuff on anymore. We're going to have to rework how that build works. Can I still play lightning arrow? Absolutely. Can I play it like I was playing it before? No. Good. Good.
Take care.
Still alive.
Please understand that as a gentleman,
Also, because we're not stacking the fuck out of plus levels anymore with Righteous Fire, you might, and I haven't done the path of building on this, I haven't done the testing, this is just me thinking out loud, we might see a return to things that are not Fire Trap. Which, to be honest, Fire Trap with Righteous Fire seemed stupid anyway. We might see a return to things like Scorching Ray. Mine's good now. I mean, mines were good the last 2 leagues. If anything, they're a little bit worse now, actually. What is the name of the staff for Ice Spear Totems? Whispering Ice. That's what you're thinking about?
Farewell.
Oh, no, you're thinking about the Annihilation, is it? Is that what it's called? Annihilating Light. That's it. Thank you. Hey, BalorMage, I tried using your big boy filter and it said the sounds were broken. Yeah. The description of that one says don't use it too. Those are very intentionally made difficult to follow because they quite often hide shit that I don't think most people should have hidden. They're usually those strict filters, the ones that aren't the public ones, are usually customized to the content I'm currently juicing and magic finding in. Not even to all magic find stuff. Like literally just to the thing I'm currently doing. They're like my things that I'm using. They can technically be followed, and if you really want to, I can tell you how to get those sounds and make it work, but I don't suggest using them. I do not suggest using them at all. It is a good thing that you encountered that problem though, because it shouldn't be easy. If it is, just gotta get used to it. So the strictest one is actually in a little bit of a weird place right this second, because it's got some of my new modules that were made for next league applied to it, but they're applied to it as if it was league start because I've been building the modules for league start, and I will edit them over the course of the league to hide more shit. But because I've refunctioned all of them, I've been doing them with league start in mind to be starting at the beginning of the league. So right now, if you're like mapping in tier 16s, there'll be actually quite a few things that are probably should be hidden at this point in the league, but you wouldn't want hidden on day 1 or day 2 of league.
This is love's true face!
What are the gloves you're wearing? They're from a company you can find at exclamation mark gloves. They are compression gloves. They're for like RSI, inflammation, that sort of thing. Because my hands are fucked and they hurt. And this helps a lot. Getting papers, might get some. I very, very much believe in these gloves, like a lot.
Go like that.
Or I wouldn't be putting my name on them. Not literally. Although I would let them put my name on them if I could.
I thought you're a fool.
Okay, there we go. Is Guardian SRS good? How fat is he? Okay, Guardian SRS is in limbo right now. To be... So RF got looted. Medium build to go around. Most skeletal mages. I think skeletal mages will still exist, just in the transgem form. We just haven't seen it yet. SRS is still fine in all versions, except Popcorn SRS. So any hit or poison variant of SRS should still work fine. As far as should I play Guardian, Guardian Elemental is better than Necromancer until you can go Poison. Once you go Poison, Necromancer pulls in front by a lot and it stays in front forever. However, there's a new Replica Covenant. And the Replica Covenant has a level 29 added cold on it. And that might pull the Guardian up and make him not fall off. But I don't know how rare that is or how expensive it's going to be or anything. But it might pull the Guardian up.
I have seen those. Fare you well.
Balor, that's me. That's my name.
If you can.
Somebody said in your recent video downvoted for too much flounce. What the fuck is flounce? Go or move in an exaggeratedly impatient or angry manner. An exaggerated action intended to express annoyance or impatience. I don't think anything in my most recent video was that. I don't think anything in my... I don't think anything in my most recent video was that at all. That's a confusing comment. I think that dude's misusing the word. That seems like a dude who found a fancy word and thought he'd try and use it to sound smart, but didn't actually use it correctly at all. Practicing Hex Blast? I mean, I'm basically making PoE Temple Run, but yeah, you could say practicing for Hex Blast. You could say that. Any tips on how to bring my campaign run below 15 hours? Ooh, first, get a better loot filter. Exclamation mark filter. Here's one I prepared earlier. That's the first step. The second, unfortunately, is just practice. From 15 hours... What I can suggest is if you're at 15 hours right now, what you do not want to do at 15 hours is go and look at like Tai videos on how to go faster. You're not at the level where somebody that high can help you. If that makes sense. That sounds really insulting. I don't want that to sound insulting. But like... You don't get an Olympian to teach a child how to swim like that. Sort of like you need to, like you're gonna be getting advice that isn't helpful because you're not quick enough for that advice yet. Does that make... What is a decent time to finish the axe? Well, it depends on how much practice you want to put in.
Catch my breath.
The answer really is, as long as you're having fun, it doesn't really matter. But when people are intentionally practicing to get better, I generally tell people about 8 hours to get to maps, put you in front of most people and at a very comfortable spot. Also, the amount of practice it takes to get to 8 hours, it'll take you twice that amount of practice again to get to 7, and twice that again to get to 6, and then an insanely long amount of time to practice for anything under 6. So from like a how much time did I spend learning this, how much did it benefit me standpoint, for most people, I think aiming to practice to get to 8 hours is more than enough. That puts you well ahead of the pack. If you're at 8 hours or under, you're well in front of your average pack. And really, unless you plan on being a racer or unless you're getting a kick out of getting your time better, there's no real point to trying any faster than that.
Your trouble.
Missionary to hear NPCs. I'm going to keep hearing the NPC after I actually like that thing, yeah.
All that flashy sword swinging when all you need is one good stab.
I'm stuck at 7 to 8, and I have 2 hours. Never really tried to speed run after this. Midnight for me, just chill in the morning. Yeah, 7 to 8 hours is fine though. That's like I said, 7 to 8 hours is in front of the pack. Like you're doing good. You're in front of the pack. If you want to practice more and get faster, great. Would you recommend something like engineering attorneys walkthroughs for newbies? I would have back when it was relevant. It's very outdated now. Something that might help a lot if you're at 15 hours right now. This will be a little bit more niche, but Zizaran does some explain everything walkthroughs, I guess, when he levels some new characters. And if you're leveling a character that's either that or something similar to that, watching that video might help quite a bit. Now, you're not going to be as quick as him, but he does explain everything as he goes along. He explains why he makes choices, why he goes what way, how he got out of town so quick, what to do here, what quests to do in what order, like everything along the way, while leveling a certain build, while explaining how to level that build and why he makes choices with the build as well. That would probably be a much better starting point than watching like races videos, because the races are trying to teach the advanced class and you need to pass the basic class first. Zizaran's teaching you the basic class, which I think is quite useful.
Return if you must.
Just put a pair of those gloves. Nice. Nice. Just doing what build are we practicing at the moment? Hexblast Mines is what I'm thinking I'm going to start with, which I know is a little bit boring because it's not one of the new things, but also my goal... I'm going to experiment with all the new things. I'm going to play a bunch of new things. There's so many new things I want to test. But my new thing to test this league is bossing, which I've pretty much never done before, and not having access to a trade economy, which is also mental for me. So watching the Ziz class took me from 16 to 17 hours to 10 or 11 a while back. Yeah. The Zizaran stuff is really going to help like new players, or another word for bad. I don't mean to call people bad. I just am bad with the English language. But you know, less experienced, slower people get to a reasonable time. And if you keep wanting to improve past that, that's when you want to go to like Tai and like the races and whatnot and find all those extra hints to get down below 8. Like that's when you want to go to them. You want to start in the 101 class. When I try and race myself and go fast, best I hit is usually 6 hours. That's as far, and that's if I'm like really trying. Usually I'm closer to 6.5. And I don't think I'll ever get faster than that because I don't really want to put in the time to get those like 3.5, 4 hour runs going. We've been doing an updated version of Poison SRS. Yes, though not much changed. Except that the tattoos are gone, so the changes we made for this current league that's just about to be over, we can't do those anymore. We go backwards a league. I come from a background I play D3, get a little so they help boost others. This game has been a lot to learn. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's a lot. It is a lot to learn. League start is always a bit skewed because there's a new league mechanic to interact with. I'm going to give you the least fun bit of information that's correct, but I also encourage you to ignore it. There is no situation in which you should interact with a new league mechanic before maps. There just isn't. You should be on your way to maps. And I say that knowing it's correct, and I hate it, and I encourage you to ignore that advice and do whatever the fuck you want. For this league, you'll want to get in and unlock the first ascendancy, though. Probably. Actually, maybe. Actually, maybe, yeah. I don't know when you can unlock the new ascendancy by. I don't know when that happens. But potentially, yes. It's not really a counter argument. It's kind of what I said. Like, there's what you should be doing if you want to be, like, efficient. And then I'm saying, but also, how about you just ignore that and do the fun thing anyway? Right? Like, should you be? No. It's not efficient. Hey, Scarecrow. Thank you for the 6 months Prime.
Exiles.
Yeah, this league might be a little different. It might actually be worth, even from an efficiency standpoint, doing the league mechanic to get at least your first points. Especially the 30% movement speed if you don't have sockets in your gloves. In your boots, rather. That could be really good. %30 movement speed if you don't have sockets is pretty big. You think Ultimatum puts a dent in the Tornado Shot player percentage? I mean, Tornado Shot was one of the best Ultimatum runners in Ultimatum League. So, I doubt it. Don't league mechanics tend to give good leveling uniques. I ran to the last league and I tried to do it during the campaign. Yeah, yes. Yes, they do. Usually from an efficiency standpoint though, you don't need any of those leveling uniques at all. And unless you happen to get one on like the first attempt, if you have to do like, 7 or 8 zones worth of the league mechanic, congratulations, you're a whole act behind. Right? But these are all like opinions based on like what's efficient and what gets you there the quickest. And here's the secret. What really gets you there the quickest is that you're having fun, and because you're having fun, you don't stop. So if having fun for you means experimenting with the league mechanic during leveling, just fucking do it. Don't worry about being like, oh no, I'm slightly inefficient. I'm an act behind because I've been fucking around with these things. Who cares? Did you have fun? Great. However, if you're the kind of person that's like 10 hours in, not at maps yet, and you're angry at yourself for it, and it ruins your fun because you're behind, then that's the kind of person who needs to listen to that advice and stop fucking around with the league mechanic. Because you're getting angry at yourself for being behind, and now you're not having fun because of your own measure of success being, I got to maps quickly. And if that's the case, you need to start skipping shit. Because the skipping shit will get you to maps quicker, and that'll be more enjoyment. God damn it, I'm so angry for how hyped I am for this league. You mean you wanna be apathetic? You wanna be like, dear diary, mood apathetic. My life is spiraling downward. Anyway, let's not do that. Some people in chat will get that.
Get your magic flame characters ready.
Night Bliss, thank you for the 5-month resub. I very much appreciate it. I feel the rhythm.
I caught.
This build I'm playing right
Get your
now
magic find characters ready.
Did the earth move for you, baby?
is one of the few builds where I feel like there's an argument to take a Lyra on day one. I wonder if I should take a Lyra on day one. Huh. I normally think that's troll as fuck. Flexi, thank you very much for the gifted sub. Is mana that bad? Yeah, kinda. But also all res actually is my bigger problem, to be honest. Are you good? It depends on what at.
That was satisfying.
Uh-oh. Yo! Taskmaster. Maybe 1,000 biddies. Huge.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
I need more pockets.
Do you think you'll do a starter summary video? I don't know. You ever started tier list? No, not really. I don't even really start thinking about it until we get Path of Building. Any ideas? And I know I'll still do them in 3 days. Do you know when Path of Building updates? Usually as soon as we get the skill information or updated passive tree if there are changes to it. Data for that usually comes out.
No point in looking back now. There's just
Wednesday or Thursday, but it could be later this time. It's gonna be fucking scarily close. Yeah, I did. I was a little confused as to what just happened there. Fuck how? I'm playing League? Okay, we just deleted somebody's message at random somehow. I read the deleted message and was like, I don't understand why that got deleted. Turns out it didn't, not intentionally.
I need more pockets.
Why would they not rework MB? Mage Blood?
Catch my breath.
What else could MB mean? My balls? Why would they not rework my balls?
I need more pockets.
It's a good question. Mana bond?
My help is yours.
Which is affected by flask effect? No, but some of them can give flask effect to the flasks near it. I think that's what they're referring to. But that would be overall, I think, a bad move because it would you would give up an entire flask slot just to get 30% effect to 2 other flasks. So I don't think that that would be worth it.
I should save that for later.
I have no more trader modes to connect with that shit. Oh, I've got some good news for you. In like 3 days or 4 days, I have to get a date. It was early December. They're reworking all of the hype train stuff and doing like a Christmas thing where they give like all new subs and all gifted subs 25% off. As well as all new emotes with all of the hype train levels. Okay, well then, I was sad for less than a minute. Good job. Nice. We're making Toxic Rain mines good again. Were they ever good to begin with? Leveling my Hex Blast? Yeah. I'm gonna League Star Hex Blast.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Maybe. Unless Trans Gem comes out and I go, aha, excuse me, I must do that.
The half.
I'm going minions because the specters look so cool. I'm sorry about it. It's unfortunate to hear.
Now that's what you get for bringing a stick to a knife fight.
Of course, SRS will be fine. That's what the trans gem's gonna be. Probably. Probably. Trans gem Spectre? Ooh. Then maybe. You think it's going to be good after the throw speed nerf? Yeah, I do. We lost what, like 30% throw speed or something total? Even if we don't replace that, it should be fine. We'll just have to, it'll be far more awkward early, and we'll have to prioritize getting throw speed on jewels and whatnot, but it'll be fine. Get rid of reload the steel skills. Yeah, those might actually be quite nice to level with now. Yo, where the fudge? How are you here? How is this? This is against the rules, so this map's illegal. That's not the rules. That's not actually not allowed. How did that? What? That's actually not allowed. So the layout of this entire map always is that there's like 3 spots for the entrance to be, right? One here, and one over here that we see very rarely. And the entrance, the waypoint and entrance to this thing is always the closest to the opposite to the entrance of this guy's area. So like if you walk in here, then it's definitely this one. If you walk in here, then it's definitely this one. And if you walk in here, then it's definitely this one. I walked in here, which meant it should have been there. Well, to get this door, the one I'm going in right now, the entrance to Oak should be on this side. The entrance is on the wrong side for the portal to be here. Like, this is one of the normal layouts. This is one of the normal spots. But the entrance to Oak, if the spot is here, should be here on this edge. Well, I don't understand how this happened. I didn't see a Val. If there was a Val side area, it should only screw it up if it spawned up against that wall, forcing the regular spawn out of opening. Even if there is a Val side area down here, it shouldn't have mattered because it wouldn't interrupt where the spawn is supposed to be. And there isn't. Not to mention the fact that there isn't. What happened to this zone? It's breaking the rules, man. These rules haven't changed in 9 years. I have never seen a layout do this. I'm so confused. You asked for a shake-up? I asked for a meta shake-up. Don't fuck up my zone layouts. That's against the rules. That zone's illegal. It's not allowed to happen. That's not how map creation works. I'm so confused. That's actually not allowed to happen.
Greetings. Speak.
You're going the low life version or the sandstorm version. I'm going to be playing in a private league, so I'm going to go the nothing version until something drops that allows me to pick either the low life or life stacking or sandstorm. Because I'll be in a private league. So I will be whatever drops. I will be whatever I can be. Alright, however, it is now 9 PM and I have a video to make tonight before I go to bed. So, it is time to end for the day. Make sure you fact check this video and record audio. Wow. Wow. Rude. I'm gonna run. I will see everybody tomorrow. Goodbye.